working. Because the internet's been very weird, and I don't know if we'll even have a good time. Well, at least we're live. Okay. That's something. Oh my god, I just woke up like 30 minutes ago. Just want you all to know that I woke up 30 minutes ago. But we're here to play Star Rail. Let me go share it out. Hey, you know what though? At least there's one less place for me to share the stream out, because I found out on Friday that the Vomitorium Twitter profile got suspended for quote-unquote inauthentic behavior. Whatever the fuck that means. Trust me, I don't know. I could try to fight it. I don't know if it's worth it, though. Nobody follows that profile. It's probably the main reason it actually got banned, is because it pretty much just serves as an aggregation hub. And it pretty much only posts the links to these streams or likes and retweets video game news. So I probably should try to fight it, but I don't know if it's even worth. Dun dun dun. There we go.
Look at today's gift count.
If I also sound a little melancholy, as soon as I woke up, I read a message finding out that my eldest aunt passed away. So we'll persevere. We'll go through anyway. Oh, hey, Zeka. So you took a shot at the Anomaly King the other night and accidentally cleared, so you don't have a deal with the bullshit knights this time around? That's good. That's good to know. I tried to get through as much of the story on my private account as I could. I did not finish it. To be fair, though, I didn't get to start very early yesterday.
Look at today's gift count.
At all.
So much enthusiasm.
I think, because we had to go shopping pretty late. We went shopping around 10:30. We got back, or maybe a little before 10:30, but we got back around 10:45. And so it wasn't until around 11 in the evening that I started. Hey, Kefnet, that I started playing, and then I was also busy doing some other things back and forth. So I was, plus I did my dailies. I probably should have just waited until I woke up to do my dailies and started the stream later. But yeah, I went from maybe 11 in the evening to 2 o'clock to do the dailies, and then after like maybe 2:30-ish finishing everything, I came back until 5:45 in the morning. So I know maybe what half of the story is here. And I doubt we're even going to catch up to where I left off anyway. Given how long it takes literally anything to happen in this game. And I don't know if we'll be playing that long. Okay. Well, yeah, since our Twitter is suspended now, I shared it out to the only places I can share it out. No, that's not the right option. Let's start back here. see. Still need to finish 4.0. Been way too busy with Epic 7 and Star Savior now. It's understandable. That's why I have not picked up anything else. I've got too many things to keep up with as it is. And then we were having internet issues this weekend. I was gonna stream
Miss March,
the
please,
new Arc
look
Knights
straight into my
content
eyes.
Monday,
Just like that. Perfect.
but
Now,
nothing was really
I need
wanting to
you
function.
repeat these next few lines after me, and do so
So,
in the same tone of voice.
We're probably doing that
Okay.
maybe Friday, maybe next
The
Monday. It
sky
depends how early we
is
finish
blue.
HSR.
Not a dazzling display of sparks.
Zeka says, me who only plays HSR don't have such weaknesses. You know, I wish I only played HSR at this point, or
Though
I don't know, I like the
they
Hoyo verse
light
in
up
general.
the night sky,
I like
they
the
can
interconnectivity and the
never
lore.
outshine
I
the eternal
kind of wish,
silence
as far as live
of
service games are, it was only those games. But I've been too interested in too many other things, and unfortunately have spent too much time in other stuff.
Dazzling sparks may light up the night sky.
It would be nice to only have one universe I'm invested in, but that's not the case anymore. Hey, Fizz.
Very good.
Very good.
The internet is both.
Yes,
an
I did see what you
core
posted in the bulletin board.
and
I
a waste
actually,
duct
I think I
for
replied
the
to it.
mind, through which humanity's thirst for elation gave birth to the twisted Sparksy.
Briefly considered starting
Oh, there.
ZZZ for the new
Hasn't
character
been much.
that's come out,
Maybe
but you don't want to play as a man. Why would you have to play as a man? I mean, I guess in like 1.0, there is a very brief
These are the test sentences I improvised
moment where
according
you
the
have to
guidelines
play
of
as
the
Wise
Human
even if you don't pick
Anti-Trauma
him,
Emotional Baseline Test.
during the quest where Belle
I carefully
gets
observed the
trapped in a
subject's
hollow, but
microexpressions
after that,
and
I don't think...
changes. At the
Well,
moment, they say
and
that
also during the trials, they do force you to play as
to
Billy
check if
early
they are
on.
affected by a mimetic
You kind of have to
virus.
play as whoever the trial characters in the story is, so I guess I understand that. You don't really have a choice if you're playing through the story.
Given how fascinating.
Yeah, I forgot. During a lot of the later quests, when there's a trial character, you have to play as the story trial character. Early on, though, I think after you finish the tutorial, you can turn that off, but it eventually comes back and hits you.
You're handling
So
this like
if
a
that is your
real
personal
pro,
hang-up, that's
Chira.
understandable.
Has this kind of thing happened before?
Captain, the Star Savior
It's
has been
impossible
really
to predict
fun.
what will
Main
happen
issue
when
was
we
mostly
enter the
combined
Once,
7
the
for
supplicant
real-time
rehearsed the
PvP
definitions
at
of
the
truth
start
and
sucked.
lies,
Since
which
Korea
may
and
cause
JP had
massive
3 to 4
civil
months to
unrest.
learn the game before global.
After
Yeah, I always
that
hate when
incident,
games kind of have
we
that
incorporated mimetic
gap.
treatment into the Department of Aberration Defense's emergency
I mean, it can be kind of cool if you go and look at what
Sparksy
the
Khan didn't cause any casualties.
meta is, because all of that's solved for you. But then at the same time,
stopped Sparksy from spreading the virus. She might have turned into a
if they decide to come over to your server, they still have more familiarity with it than you do.
Without proper containment measures.
Oh, servers. Yeah, that makes more
Calamity
sense.
level aberration can destroy
Da, da,
dozens
da.
of cities as it spreads. That's the scale we're talking about.
What makes this really
The
simple,
Department of Aberration
I don't care about
Defense's
Ashvale
plan.
at all. Well, I wouldn't say at all. In the story, he's an alright character.
Who have lost control and begun
I think he's cool in the story. As a playable character, I don't care about him at all, so we don't have to pull, really. The only thing that's on banner right now that I care about is that I still don't have Hyacinth's
What are you
light
talking
cone.
about? Though, I gotta say,
So we might fish for that.
pretty weird with that mask.
We were at 0 pity, though, before last night.
Don't tell me
Because I got Sparksy's light cone. So
The Department of Aberration Defense.
we're basically fishing for a lucky LC pull,
card game.
and then
That's all for the required checkup.
if we don't get it, well, we're in better position for, say, like Silverwolf's light cone, since they're definitely going to be throwing a fuck ton of pulls at us during the
Do bear in
anniversary
mind
patch.
that causing damage of the aforementioned scale during the Phantasm games.
Because we're probably going to get Silverwolf regardless.
Classified as an aberration.
Especially on anniversary, they always give you enough pulls that you're going to get the anniversary character regardless. It's whether we also get her light cone that's the question.
Before I leave, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Remember Lyndon Scott? The man who served as your tour guide. He was murdered.
Saving everything for Silverwolf SP. Didn't pull for Sparksy, sadly. Don't worry. Sparksy's definitely getting a rerun. Probably not during the anniversary because that would be way too soon. Though crazier things have happened. But she's definitely getting a rerun sometime within like the next 6 months. So you probably won't be sitting without her for too long.
You don't suspect us, do you?
Oh, didn't pull for her LC. Sorry, my message got cut off. So you already got her. Okay, okay.
Easy there, young lady. I haven't even started asking questions yet.
I did finally get Hyacinth on my main, like my personal account. I never had her there before because she just refused to show up.
More importantly, both of you have solid alibis.
But I have her now. That'll make my sustain so much better.
I'm informing you both of this to warn you to be extremely careful. The Phantasmoon games are far from a simple game.
I don't need Ashvale though. Specifically, one.
Anyway,
A lot of people are coping. He's not going to make Fei Xiao better, like at all. He just does not make him make her better.
Could he actually?
Just wail.
I just can't.
No,
believe
can't.
it.
Not an option.
But it was Miss Kuchiba who told us, so.
Like the best Ashvale does for the Fei Xiao team is make up for her lack of damage. That's it. I think he's actually better as a
What's your take?
hyper carry than he is for her team.
Yeah.
Like I think putting Fei Xiao on his team actually reduces the amount of damage that he does.
Scott pops up now and then to give us a bit of trouble. But I'd say he's
Pulled
more
second
like
highest in Lycone for Armsy. I assume that's why you pulled it.
If you know what I mean.
If the killer is here for the
It'll make your
they might become
Remembrance flagship team even stronger.
The Phantasmoon games.
But yeah, it's like I've got all of the follow-up support Ashvale could want, and it just doesn't really matter. He's like a character that if you do like him, you're investing for him now for him to get a proper like best in slot teammate, or maybe he'll be the support best in slot for them in like 3 patches from now, and I'm not about that life.
My hands can't even keep up with my brain when I play video games. You're definitely the right person for the Phantasmoon games. It's just
Cassie's been kicked off the team except for
such a shame.
anomaly arbitration.
We finally get a chance to
Is that good or
vacation
no?
with you in
Well,
your hometown. And I thought we'd make some happy
if you pulled the
memories
light cone
together.
specifically for
But
RMC, which means specifically for Evernight, then it's like, no, that makes sense. You're trying to get those Evernight stacks as fast as possible.
all right.
And
But look,
comparing them solo, if you could get her stacks faster, Evernight does more damage than
remember that we
Casterus.
got your back.
Like the only situation where Casterus does more damage than Evernight is when you're running her on the same team as Evernight, and Evernight is making her go more often. That's it.
Why don't you send Mr. Yang a message?
So, but in that case too, you're also nerfing Evernight's damage because you don't have like another hyper carry support making her stronger. Which RMC does. So, I mean, completely understandable. That's how we play Evernight in this team. I didn't ever even got Casterus. Though, if I want to run that team now, at least in Divergent Universe, that's an option. That's one of my favorite updates so far. I don't know why they decided to restrict it at all.
Mr. Yang said he wants to hear.
But you can now use trial characters in Divergent Universe. It's just everything prior to 4.0.
I really want to know too.
Is that a chest we never got? Alright.
Both big and small.
So, like, I don't have a problem on this account. We got Sparksy and Yao Guang anyway. But yeah, you can now use trial characters in DU. Which is cool. There's a lot of teams I don't have. So if I'm bored and I just want to play like a team I don't own, I could just go play a team I don't own. The caster's probably your best built character. Okay. Is it because during the anniversary was she the one you chose to use the what's it called? The build event? The one where they fish you the best items for the character? I like that that's coming back this anniversary. I guess it's going to be something they do every anniversary now. So you have to kind of plan around that. That does also mean that people are most likely to use it. Oh, you did that for Firefly and she's still your best build. That's crazy. I did that for Archer on my personal account just because Archer's cool. And I got really, really lucky on my Saber gear that I didn't have to use it on Saber. Otherwise, I would have used it on Saber. But Saber was also a really good domain to farm. You got, like, a lot of good stuff out of farming Saber's domain. Well, like, who the heck wants to farm Quantum Domain? Ever. Again. It just made more sense. Because I could also just throw the Archer gear on somebody like Zila when I want to play Zila. It's just good to have one really, really good set of Quantum gear without having to farm that domain. That's why I chose Archer. But yeah, people just got to plan around. The anniversary is when you're going to get that event, and just find a set that you want a really good version of that gear for.
What is going on between them?
You did for Cyrene and gave half of it to Evernight. I used it for
Yeah.
Cyrene. Oh, that's right. It was her patch too. It wasn't the anniversary.
When you think about it, it's only
Now that I'm
natural
remembering it.
to make
But I used it for
examples
Cyrene on this account, the
of
stream one.
everyone's like me.
But I used it for her actual gear because I farmed the crud out of Evernights for Evernight. I didn't actually need better gear for hers, really. I just wanted to make sure that Cyrene was in a good spot.
Moon games of that year came to be remembered as the blood-stained game. So many parents lost their children.
Yeah, if they give it for 4.2, you don't even know who you'll use it on.
Lost those
Yeah, I'm trying to think who I would use it on
One
my
of the victims
personal,
was my very own daughter.
because
Upon my return,
I haven't been investing in new units as much.
where she was laid to rest.
And my Saber gear is good enough that I don't think it would be worth using it to make Saber better. It would be easier to get an incremental
So,
improvement on Saber than it would be
this lady who
trying to farm for it.
Ooh,
But I don't think it would make that big of a difference.
15 years ago,
I guess I'm trying
when I made up my mind
for Silver
to
Wolf
join this
on both
fantasy
accounts, so
games,
if I get her, maybe I'll just
my
use it for
father
Silver
wasn't
Wolf.
with me. Even as I fought for my life against the Herald of Death, my father was still off somewhere.
Because the cool thing about the Relic Recon is you don't have to choose right away.
Speaking,
You'll get the tickets regardless, right? So you could just hoard them until you make up your decision and just use it all last day if you really want to.
So, I would ask you, who bears his name? Who exactly are you?
Probably use it for Cassie to try to min-max her.
Well.
Yeah, that's fair.
What are you getting so worked up over? Just a joke. A joke. It's been 50
Ryusuke.
years after all. You've grown into such a fine young lady. How could you expect your old dad to recognize you right off the bat? So, what's with that gravestone I saw?
I don't think they've mentioned it. I know in this scene when he's talking to us or
There's nothing strong
whatever,
about getting your affairs in order in advance, is there, Mr. Ryusuke?
he says how Himiko's never told us her last
How
name.
could you be so formal with
We're gonna see that within like the next
Call me Dad like
20
you used to,
minutes.
Okay?
I'm wondering if, like many other things, like with the reveal for Raiden, Boss, and Mori Mei, if they're gonna drop that their last name is Murata, or if they gave them a different name in this world.
Hold it. And you are... Don't tell me. Himiko, is this your child?
Craft a new pair of boots for Zila, and then with double crit and 4-liner plus 0, all 4-1 into HP. Oi! Ugh! That's like...
Please stop making things worse.
I don't even know if that's worth a reroll.
I haven't seen you in 50
I mean,
years.
I guess if you don't want to feel like your crafted material went to waste, it's worth a reroll, but
That's enough.
that's rough.
You are looking at my colleague. A new generation of Trailblazer. My friend and my companion on the Astral.
What's the term for when you boil something in chocolate?
Understand now, Father?
You hear that?
Is there a specific term for that? Let me
Hello
see
there,
if I
my
can
friend.
think of one.
Ah, sorry about that. I thought you were Himiko's son for a second there. Ah, you must forgive me. I'm just an old-timer who's lost touch with the times. I'm a painter.
I know, like,
My work involves
boiling
traveling to different
chocolate or
segments to
any
complete commissions from my
formerly
clients.
solid material with that same consistency, so cheese too, is fondue. But boiling
You know, I've
something
left too
in
many
chocolate
chances to
isn't
stay
fun
out of
doing
the
it.
way.
Though,
Just
that sounds kind of
stay
kinky
away.
to say
The
fun
first time
doing.
we met was at Mother's funeral when I was already 6 years old. Let's put that aside for now. Were you also too busy with work when I was suffering from a weathering curse?
You might not believe
Yeah, I
it,
don't think I know
was
if there's a
running around
specific
your
word for
sake
that.
all this time. All these years,
You just farm
trapped in this room
Sparksy
that represents
traces
the
in Gear
past
still.
that I imaginated.
Well, yeah, if you said you're behind on 4.0 because you're busy with other stuff, I'd assume you really haven't been spending too much time
15
building any
years,
of your 4.0
the
characters.
Express never stopped here once. You didn't even leave behind so much as a single word to indicate you were still alive. And the Department of Aberration Defense completely sealed off all records of what happened during those Phantasmal games.
Yeah, I think the boiling might just be the only term you have. Like, I don't know if there's a single term. You might have to
First, I thought it was just someone
just
else with the
describe
same
the
name.
whole situation, preferably poetically,
Curiosity drove
as
me to
or
look
you
up
know,
your picture. I
visually
still
as
can't
much as
believe
possible.
that the woman so full of poise and grace was my daughter.
You could say you're tarring them in chocolate too. That could, you know, that could evoke a certain visualization. But
I thought about
the problem is, I
Express.
think you're probably implying that
What if it navigated was
it's
just
going
someone who happened
to
share the same
completely
name?
destroy them, like boiling somebody in water would.
I've been clinging to an absurd
So
notion
tarring wouldn't be appropriate there.
that if I never sought the answer, there was still a 50-50 chance
Reroll
I
it.
was still alive. But if I found
And you
the
get
answer,
another reroll dice because
there
it's
was
a
no.
4-liner double crit. Yeah.
And she would truly be dead.
Yeah, it's really tempting to reroll a 4-liner just because you get more out of it, if it does roll in your favor.
How did you?
I'd rather not tarry here too long. I'll be taking my leave.
Turned into chocolate
The
statues.
Express has defeated the supplicant that occupied this school and prevented another tragedy like the one 15 years ago.
That sounds
Now
fun.
it's time for you to fulfill
From like
the
a
duties you failed on
story
back
perspective,
then.
not real life.
Go
Does not sound fun at all to be
Constance.
turned into a chocolate statue,
See
but
if you can't figure out how to deal with the
for like a
media
story
bombardment
perspective,
while
it
you're
sounds
at
fun.
it.
Failed in my duties. So, still mad at me? Can we talk? Sorry, kid. This might be a bit abrupt, but
So they use the same name that they always use for Himiko's father, so at least that stays in check. But I actually don't know, unless it's been shown in like a manga for one of, or manhwa for one of the games in the past, if we've ever actually seen a depiction
can't believe it.
of any of the Himiko's fathers.
Survived the weathering curse.
This might be the first time. Like, we see a bunch of the other like Honkai Gakuen character dads, because most of the other ones are young enough.
Everything on this
Except
planet
obviously like
serves
Bronya, 'cause she's always an orphan.
It is said that to achieve.
But Himiko's always older, so I don't know if we've ever seen a version of her father before. This might be the first time.
Both her whole life and that of her descendants, resulting in the weathering curse. Few descendants carrying the Graphia bloodline have lived past 30. Most of them wither like flowers while they're still young, skin cracking and peeling like dried paint. Himiko's no exception.
There's a lot of
By the curse for years.
like fully animated scenes in this one,
What I did
and I wasn't expecting that.
doesn't matter anymore.
Like, I was expecting about as much as we got in the 4.0 patch,
The intelligence
because it was,
treatments,
you know, the lead patch into the world.
but nothing could reverse.
But then there was just about as many in this one, and that caught me off guard. Some of them are really fun and silly. Maybe they're just trying to
Me the most.
actually meet up to the complaints that people had. Because there's a lot of people that complained there just was not enough actual animated scenes
Useless son-in-law.
in the previous stories. And they're like, we got you, watch.
I can't really be considered a Graphia descendant. You're right. I just didn't realize it quickly enough.
Also, have I read Blackjack by Tezuka? Yes, I have. Why?
None of that's important. What matters is that my daughter is back.
Unfortunately,
That's all I need.
there, I think,
Finally ask a small favor.
was it like Tezuka's grandson, or maybe it was a nephew or something? One of his descendants has been using like AI, I think, to match the style and continue Blackjack. I do not plan on reading any of that.
Know my daughter better.
But yeah, no, I love Tezuka's work.
Father-daughter reunion. Brings up some memories.
It's been a long time since I read Blackjack.
There goes Mr. Yang with that knowing look again. What kind of parent-child relationship are we talking about anyway?
When I was a child, my parents were also always busy with work and were unable to spare a moment for me. As a child, I couldn't help but feel resentful. It wasn't until I became a father myself that I understood how they felt when they were forced to sacrifice the time we could have spent together.
Grand Blue Fantasy was added to Steam?
So, did
That's
you
actually pretty
manage
cool.
to give Mr. Ryu
I might add that to my library. I don't know. I definitely do not have time to get into it, but I definitely might add that to my library. You found out that Frankenfran was created as a parody of Blackjack?
Himiko's dad. So, where
Oh.
is he?
Well, hey, that's interesting. It's always nice to know where something comes from.
Everyone's here. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I'm truly grateful.
Shame you
for
can't
all
use your account on Steam yet. Is it because they haven't done account linking, or is it because account linking is stupid? Because there's a lot of games where account linking is stupid. No linking as of right now. Okay, that answers my question. Yeah, we're gonna give Himiko's dad a tour of the Astral Express because why
This is
wouldn't
the
we?
Astral Express. Really lives up to its reputation.
I also think
It's more impressive than I imagined.
he says it's funny how parody of Blackjack and parody of
It's a
Doc
place
Brown are
where my
basically the same
daughter
thing.
works. By the way, what's the
Yeah, because my mind wouldn't immediately go to them being
Does
the same
vacation
thing.
come with insurance and an annual bonus?
Yeah. But yeah, so this is the first patch where Welt has a new voice. Obviously he wasn't voiced in the previous patch. At times it sounds appropriate. In fact, I don't think he's a bad voice for Welt on the whole. But there's a lot of times where he just doesn't sound old enough. And I think that's my only criticism. I don't know if it's because the actor could or couldn't do it. I'm assuming he probably could. Most actors are
Working for the Astral Express is
at
actually
least
doing
better
fine.
than the role they're playing, because directing has a lot to do with their performance. But there are times where he sounds like he would have been a better voice if Honkai Impact 3rd had an English dub and it was a younger version of Welt back then.
None of the Express crew ever lacked for money. We not only receive support from members.
He just doesn't have the grandpa tone that Welt previously had. I think that's the only hang-up that I have.
Good, good.
His voice needs to be a little raspier,
Huge relief, Mr. Yang. Speaking of which,
because Welt's like, what, at the very least an 80-year-old man?
Don't you underestimate Himeko either. Her daily duties include
Because I'm assuming
navigation routes, calibrating work
when Himiko left 15 years ago, because of the way the timeline would have to line up, that was about when she met Welt and Void Archives at the same time, because I believe it was on her departure from the planet that she got attacked.
Of course.
So he's been with Himiko for the last 15 years on the train.
It's all thanks
So
to Himeko's
this
guidance also
also
and
takes
protection.
place
She's the
sometime
backbone of the
after
Express.
part 2 of Honkai Impact 3rd. Sometime, I think, I don't remember if it's after or if it lines up with a post-Honkai
Hey, come
Odyssey,
on.
but it's around that
You're
time.
just trying to stir up
Which
trouble.
we don't know when that takes place
If
either,
Himeko's
because
the
that takes place
backbone of
after
the
part 2.
Express, then
But you have to
Arthur
add
has
basically
the cutest and hardest
some
work
amount of
all.
time onto the current day, since
We got a new
Honkai Impact 3rd starts
This gentleman
in
does
like
look
2016
familiar.
of their world time was supposed to line up with our world time, because it's supposed to be like the game version of our Earth.
Familiar.
Um,
You, Mr. Ryusuke?
so you have to like add that time onto Welt's life,
so you must be
and then you
outdoors
have to
since
add
huh?
like another 15 years on that. So the dude's at least 80 years old, if not older. I know he looks young for an 80-year-old, but
That's way too formal.
he also recreated his body at one point in time, so
Had everyone on it.
his youth is not going to be equivalent to what his body should have been. But he needs to sound old to match how old he is. That's my only thing.
It's all my fault. I was just curious about your daily work, so I asked your colleagues to show me around. And I know I didn't ask your permission first.
Ryusuke here
Mad, Himiko.
kind of at least has the type of rasp that he sounds as old as he should be
Mr. Ryusuke,
for being Himiko's
welcome
father.
aboard the Astral Express. Is there anything else you'd like to see? I can show you around.
Well, I know you'd rather keep your distance from your good-for-nothing father. You're on a journey, and it's rude of me to barge in like this. But it's been way too long.
Also,
since we
like,
saw each other.
This is a minor complaint I have about these games. When somebody gets NPC treatment,
At
like,
least while you're staying here.
I get a bunch of the random NPCs being the level of detail that they are, especially the reused models for just background. It's even kind of reminiscent of reusing the same sprites for townfolk in old RPGs. No problem with that at all.
Get the drinks ready.
But when you have somebody who's as important to the story or the world lore as, like, say, Himiko's father,
Make some tea.
or a few other people, I know
That's just
Siobhan
unrealistic
was one of the
robots,
ones that you complain about.
Come on, Father. People are resting here.
They should have like a higher level of detail. They should just
Oh, and
functionally
come
make
with us.
a playable character model
I want to talk
for
about
them,
Mantis Moon
even if
games,
they're not going to be
just
playable.
personal matters.
And I think that's kind of
He
a
left.
big
Whoa.
sort of design issue that I have with the game.
Himiko be that cold to anyone.
Because they're pretty much only going to give playable character level of details to playable characters, even when somebody in the world is as important as a playable character. Oh, yes, I actually did see the dreams for part 2 of the Fate collab. And yeah, I'm pretty hyped if they're true too. I don't actually care about talking about leaks or whatever here. So it was Rin, Tosaka, and Gilgamesh. And if that is true, I will definitely get both of them, for sure. Rin is total waifu material.
Friendly reminder, that is not a joke, but a
Dark-haired tsundere girl. The #1 type. But Gilgamesh is also Gilgamesh, so I may end up,
I'm surprised
like,
how relaxed
over time casually E6ing him like I did for Saber.
got it. I'll make myself scarce.
Especially if he has, you know, the animation where he's floating in the sky and hundreds of gates open up and he's just tossing
Most of the time,
his
we
collected
are
weapons down at
found
people.
Void Rangers from the Antimatter Legion.
Which
Bugs
is
left by the swarm
not that
faster.
different from the Unlimited Blade Works animation either, except it usually all comes from one direction instead of surrounding.
Or have malicious
Of course, one of the reasons too, lore-wise, is Unlimited Blade Works is kind of a variation of what Gilgamesh does, except Archer made all of the weapons himself. But I'm sure they will make it look a lot like it is in the anime,
happens, I'm getting on in you.
but also distinct enough that it doesn't just look like you're doing Archer stuff again.
You know that's not what I meant. Once I've set my mind on something, I never look back. Ever since I was 6, when you told me those stories about traveling through the cosmos, I knew that someday I would walk among the stars.
Actually, I was just kidding. I'm not completely clueless about what the Express and what you do. Oh, right. Once I knew the Express was coming, I even bought that comic series that's based on your adventures.
Please don't tell me it's fluffy across the blue. I never thought you'd be into comics.
That's right. The
No Lancer. Yeah,
baseball bat wielding
which is unfortunate. Lancer, though, is the example of what I want for other NPCs in the game, though. Lancer totally has at least close enough to a full playable model. Even though he's not playable,
Thanks for
they should
letting
just
us.
make him a 4-star. They just need to put 4 stars back in this game again. But not because his model is good enough to be playable. Because they did a Fate collab, and Lancer should be playable because Caholen.
So,
But I want that level of detail for a lot of NPCs.
what's the story behind our lucky meeting?
I think the closest we've gotten in Planet Arcadia now is Kachiba. But even then, Kachiba still is just like
Phantom Moon Games.
highly detailed NPC model.
The reason you were able to overcome the weather and
Like this Saban treatment.
Indeed.
Or Shibin, if we want to pronounce it more Irish.
that makes sense. For those of us who haven't experienced the
Man, I wish Kachiba was a 4-star, though.
It's just
You don't even need to increase her model. Just make her a 4-star.
even akin to a myth.
But I never.
I'd be fine if 4-stars even had worse models.
The
If it meant we were getting more 4
turned
stars.
into a blood sacrifice overnight. The Herald of Death was a heartless madman. If I hadn't defeated him then,
See, Fizz says, I realized that if Franklin Fran ever got animated,
slaughterhouse.
there'd be people deluded enough to have her and Gavril as their waifus.
That evening every single night in my dreams.
I mean, to be fair, it's just not
The color
that
of
popular of a series, at least over here.
blood
There are probably Japanese people where they're already their waifu in manga form.
blended with terror and screams. The victims were twisted like clay into grotesque shapes, like paint
Almost
that had been snapped.
every female character is
One
somebody's
after
waifu,
the other.
even if it's just one person.
And that man, he reveled in the colors splattered everywhere and wanted
There
the
are
whole world
League of
to
Legends
be
fans where
canvas.
Rek'Sai is unironically their waifu.
Even if I could avenge his victims, in
That
the end,
Rek'Sai
it won't bring them back to life.
doesn't even have the female
entire
form.
thing is like a heavy
It's
piece of
just a big
baggage.
digging monster.
Only by letting it go can I travel.
I
to where
think
the
though
hell
it started ironically as a
You did
joke,
your best. And I'm glad to see
but there's
you
sometimes where you write a
sound.
joke for too long that it kind of just becomes
Thought I'd never
reality.
come back. But the times have changed. The conditions to hold the Phantom Moon Games have been met again.
Gilgamesh. Dude, I like seeing Gilgamesh every time he shows up in
Two
Fate.
games in just 15 years. That in itself
Especially because his
is
personality is
phenomenal.
basically young
Just like
Gilgamesh,
15
like
years ago,
beginning of the epic of
IBC
Gilgamesh
wants to
personality.
control everything.
Which you would
But
think
the game woefully
all of them would
lacks
have
a trickle of ease.
end of their life
Desolate
personalities
seems
because of the
like
nature of
everyone's grasp.
what they are as
A
summoned
secret
heroes.
report from the Department of
But
Operation
it's basically beginning of the epic of Gilgamesh personality, and he's such a smug bastard
in Dovebrook District.
that he's a fun character.
Someone massacred everyone
And I think
that
that's why they
headquarters
chose that
in West Market,
personality.
leaving a signature that only
And technically
the
he,
herald of
because
death
the two creators,
creates.
only really one of them
The bloody blue.
decided things was the writer, Nasu. The other guy, I can't remember his name, the artist, but all he did was create art. But I think that's why Nasu picked
Herald of Death is still alive.
that personality, because it's the fun one to write for Gilgamesh. Nobody really wants to
People at the
have
Department of Operation Defense told me
wiser
that the
old
herald
man
of death was
Gilgamesh who's
executed
given up on
after his
eternal
verdict
youth
was passed.
as your villain,
Even
because
were
he wouldn't be a villain
resurrected.
anymore.
The rules dictate that the same person cannot become a supplicant twice.
Are you saying we've got a copycat?
That's right. The Herald of Death has a copycat. But what I find even more worrying is that this Phantasmoon Games has caught the attention of something even more terrifying than the Herald of Death. I believe that whether or not this Herald of Death copycat has a connection to the Phantasmoon Games, defeating him presents an excellent opportunity for you to demonstrate the resolve of the Nameless to the whole of Plain Arcadia. Exactly. As for you, Dad,
Yeah, no, because I'm not even just talking about attractiveness either.
it'd be best
Right,
if you
like-
left this world for a while.
First off, a lot of people's waifus are horrible people. There's a lot of people
May I take that as
whose
your
waifus
showing
are
concern
straight up
for
just
that?
villains. Like-
You can take it
Like
as a
murderous,
sympathy
selfish
from
women.
the Astral Express.
But also, when I'm using Rek'Sai
Also,
as
he
an
has
example,
already become a supplicant.
Rek'Sai is also just like a big desert-dwelling,
He will have my full support.
ground-digging monster
I'd like
who
him
would
to
probably
temporarily
sooner
keep
eat you
the massive
than romance you.
illusion that has
That's why I'm
been
using
passed
her
down
as
to
like one of the ultimate lines
Too late for me to raise any objections at this point.
of if there are people who this is their legitimate waifu,
The master
anything could be anyone's waifu.
Thank you. Would you like another drink?
It's like having a prey mantis as your waifu, knowing that she's going to eat you immediately after
Definitely
copulation.
overstayed my welcome. For most of my life, I couldn't be there for my daughter. And now that I finally have the chance, she wants me to leave. In that case, I ought to be on my way. Himiko. The Graphia family has a number of records about the Phantasmoon Games, passed down through the generations. Come over to the school library later. I'll give them to you.
I'll be there, Dad.
It's nice that she had this
I
little
apologize.
touching moment with her father. I still don't even know if this is her father. I don't know how real anything is in this story. But at least as of now, she believes that's her father. So we're going to roll with it until we're told otherwise. But it's nice that she had this little touching moment with her father, since they didn't seem to be ever close in their life before
I'm going
now.
to head home for now. After all, what is going on with the Phantasmoon games has nothing to do with him. I'm really sorry, everyone, for bringing my personal family matters onto the Express.
No, that's cool, Himiko.
Not at all. Mr. Ryusuke is your family. And that makes him part of our family too. And the most important thing for family is to be together. So he's welcome to drop by anytime.
Madame Pearl sent a message to the Express just now, inviting our supplicant to a meeting. She'll have a private car waiting for us. Yes. The meeting won't be held in some stuffy, formal reception room. She would like us to visit and tour the headquarters.
See, it's like this right here.
Her name instead.
Right. When he was like
Himiko, you know about
low
Parallax Corp, right?
energy, he sounded closer to what you expect. Well, when he's like higher energy here, he sounds like he's
Entertainment company.
not 80, but maybe like
That's
40.
right. Parallax Corp is a titan dominating the entertainment consumer market, including cartoons, comics.
Oh, our
games,
awning
toys, and the like.
came unhooked. I'll be
They've
right back.
cornered half the market.
Oh, so that's where the Pearl in Perlux comes from. It's a play on her name.
Did Pearl mention what she wanted to talk about?
She didn't say much, but she specifically mentioned wanting to discuss the developments regarding the Phantasmoon games, and that she could provide us with a bit of help.
Helping her opponents in the Eonic game? Oh, looks like she realizes we are all in the same boat. Perhaps she has also realized that the Phantasmoon games cannot be artificially manipulated.
We may be able to get a clearer picture of Pearl's intentions after we meet with her.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, we don't
Think about it. You've already
we don't have a
crossed
curtain
key figures
for
from
the back
numerous
door here,
dimensions,
which we
and even built
desperately
with
need
Pearl
one.
itself.
I should just get a curtain.
Already
Um,
a nameless who can more than hold your own.
Maybe after I finish the thing I'm making for
Though she
Rick,
holds a
I'll
high
spend
administrative
some of
position
that
for
money on a
Stone,
curtain for the back door.
do not forget, she
Um,
is also one of the 10 Stonehearts.
but
You've already dealt
we
with
do
the
have
Treasury on
awnings
numerous
for the back,
occasions. So you
and
should have
putting those
experience
down
handling
does
members
cut
of
a
the
lot
10
of the heat that end up
Stonehearts.
coming in here because it does still
Hey,
block
you
some
know
of the
what?
sunlight.
If things
It's
do
already
get
been
messy,
over 100
yours
degrees here
truly is
in
here to
Arizona.
save the day.
Record high for this time of year because of the heat wave that came through.
I'm just trying to look out for him
But
here.
we need some way of
When
cutting the
things
heat
do
because
go
it saves
sideways,
electricity.
You wouldn't dare get mad at an adorable young lady like me, right?
Well then, I'll leave this meeting to you two.
Aren't you coming with us, Himeko?
I'd like to talk with my father. Didn't he say he would hand over the records about the Phantasmoon games from our family history to me? And honestly, isn't this a good chance for you youngsters to handle things?
It's extremely
independently?
windy outside right now.
I understand. In that case, March, and I'll be heading out now.
Oh, score! A private car! So, where are we getting picked up?
You should be familiar with it. It's just under the giant gate next to the At Plaza.
Isn't that where we first met Sparksy? Since we're getting chauffeured there, why not just come straight to us? Ah, perfect! I've been wanting to stop by the comic store to grab a copy of Fluffy Across the Blue.
March is simple. If you want her to stop complaining, just mention that she can go shopping. Very simple. Very simple. What's this? Every kid's worst nightmare: explaining your job to your parents. I don't know. It depends what your job is. I think you'd have more of a nightmare, which is what happened to her, is your parent actually showing up to your work. But also, the Express isn't a normal job, and you get visitors all the time. Like, it's not that weird. It's not like she works at some office building and her parent just like walked into her cubicle. The at gate.
Oh, look! There's a convenience store! Mind if I grab a copy of Fluffy Across the Blue while we're waiting?
Some HSR mods for
Is that
Left
the
4
comic
Dead?
based on the
That's
Express's
crazy.
adventures? The author sure knows how to tap into what's trending.
The best part is that the author drew all of us as adorable little animals. Totally fits our personas, don't you think?
Yeah, I also don't want to be too like harsh on Welt's new VA too, because I probably would still feel that he sounds a bit too young.
Baseball raccoon.
I probably wouldn't be complaining if this was his voice from the very beginning and I was just used to it.
Fluffy is getting an
Like, I just need to give
adaptation.
myself time to get
Copyright
used to the
for it
new
is
voice.
currently held by Perlux Corp.
It's a super memorable comic.
I had to let myself get used to the voice of the new Trailblazers too.
I promise I won't be long. A couple of minutes, tops.
Though, I had the opposite complaint for specifically Stell. Stell's new voice back in, like, what was it, 4.2, I think is when it was added? Or not 4.2, we're in 4.1. 3.2. When, like, 3.2, whenever it was added. I'm, like, adding an extra year to Star Rail for some reason. I felt like she sounded just a tad bit too old. And comparatively, she still sounds just a tad bit too old. She sounds like she's, like, 5 years older than Stell probably is. The newer Kalis actually, I think, sounds more appropriate for the character's age than the original one did. But it's still one of those things where you just need to get used to the sound, just let it, like, live in your head for a while.
Yeah, I saw it. The online forums are already blowing up.
The supplicant called Sparksy. How terrifying.
You've liked the new Trailblazer VAs? Yeah, I mean, I like them, too. I think they're good.
Eons, that's just evil.
I also feel like, and sometimes, because a lot of these people, they rush into the role as soon as possible because they need to fill it, right? There are characters who have to find the voice, right? Like, the actor needs to find who the character is over time. Because I also feel like the Stell voice sounds more appropriate now than she did before. Comparing, like, voice from this patch to the previous ones. Sometimes you need to find the character. Same with, like, a good example, Paimon. The new voice of Paimon.
Sorry, I'm not into comics for kids.
Kind of sounds like she finally found the voice of the character, but it took several patches to get there. And she sounds less Mickey Mouse and just sounds more like Paimon. And I don't know a way of describing that more. Not even necessarily only comparing her to the previous Paimon's voice, also comparing her to, like, the Chinese and Japanese voice too. She just sounds more like Paimon. And it took the actress a while to find the voice. Maybe it might take the Welt actor a little while to find the voice as well. I know how that feels personally from back when I did puppet shows and stuff, and I know my character voice for the puppets that I ran did better and better the more I ran the shows.
Hello there. Would you like to learn more about the research
I don't
society
want to
of
help you
Happy
right now.
Smiles?
That's a long side quest.
So, are there any charges or fees?
Isn't?
Is the weight of work and stress in your life crushing you? Check out the Research Society of Happy Smiles.
So,
I think by the end of
this
4.x,
free?
Welt's new voice will be great.
Rest
Yeah,
assured,
probably.
the only
That
thing
might be
joining
enough
our
time
research society
for
will
both
cause you to
the
vanish
audience
your
to be used to it
precious
and for
past.
him to really get into
We
the
set up
role.
a venue near Dovebrook, where we offer free psychological counseling and living assistance to all visitors. All our services are provided free of charge.
I had a friend who passed away, and he mentioned you before. He told me that if I ever ran into trouble...
Oh,
kind
when you
people
said
at
you go to
Research
see
Society
the Uma Musume movie, they're playing it in
Your
a
friend
theater
passed
near you.
away?
That's cool.
How terribly sad. But the words he left you have illuminated your path in life.
I haven't been to a theater in so long.
I joined the Research Society of Happy Smiles.
There's not even really one near me. I have to go
Forever, and be a
to the
true
next town over if I even want to go to a theater,
Of course, it's
which
true.
makes it me
Just
even
look
more
at
reluctant to
society
go
we
to a
live in.
theater.
Everyone's suspicious and dismissive of one another, and willing to take dangerous risks just for a little pleasure, for a thrill. Did you hear about how a
I imagine the next time I'm
Academy
actually
was
going
trying
to a
spread
theater,
a memetic virus through the internet?
and part of it will be because I won't be the one initiating, will probably be when the Mario movie, the Galaxy, comes out.
May the Master of
I will
Elation
probably be
save us
taken
all.
to a theater when that comes out,
The Research Society
even
is
though
now for
that's
the
not
sole
even
purpose of
inherently
making humanity's
the
incurable
next movie I want to
entertainment.
see in a
Following
theater.
Aha's creed, we aim to spread laughter across the mortal coil and eliminate all suffering.
He got sparkle on his shirt.
As an eraser,
I'm pretty sure he's got sparkle on his shirt. Not even Sparksy, that's just straight up sparkle.
Have either of you heard about the tragedy of the blood-stained games 15 years ago? Why, of course you have. You're the Astral Express's superstar. You've even dug up everything there is to know about something that happened over a decade ago. There was an awful accident during the last Phantom Moon Games, and many people lost their loved ones and children.
Overall, Uma movie
It
was
as if a
awesome.
hole
Can't wait for
that
Jungle
could never
Pocket to be
filled
added
had
to
been
Global.
drilled into their hearts, leaving only sorrow to accompany them for the rest of their lives.
You know what's funny? I did not get
People who had lost their loved ones
Kidison
gathered
Black
together and established a mutual
as a
support
character,
association. This
but
was the
off
Research
banner I
Society
got
of Happy
Kidison
Smiles
Black's
Breast
card
Cancer.
twice
It's now
during
been
her
over a
run,
decade, and the Research Society continues to help more and more people
which I can't
emerge
complain.
from
It's,
the
it's
darkness
one of
in
the
their
best cards in the
lives
game,
and
but
step into a brighter,
it's like
happier
that's not what I was
future.
looking for.
Come to think of it, it would be most wonderful
See if it
if a
says good,
distinguished person like
or
yourself were also
I'm probably
interested in
not
our
seeing
Research
another movie in theaters for a
Society.
while. Good luck.
If you find yourself with
Have
a
fun,
moment
don't
to
die was
spare,
great
please
though.
come and
Probably
visit
wouldn't
our
like it.
mutual
Actually,
aid
from
society.
looking at the trailer, I probably would like it.
Well, if it isn't the
Maybe not enough to
Astral
go to the
Express's
theaters, but
superstar.
it's also very rare for me to go to the theaters regardless, so that's no criticism to the movie itself. But no, I probably would like that movie. I saw the previews. I also saw a little behind the scenes stuff for it. I probably would.
Yeah, I'm here to do my job. Problem is, you've got
See, Kefness's next movie I want to see is Master of the Universe, coming out soon. Did look really good. I don't... It's not the first time they did this, because there was an old Master of the Universe movie too. I don't like that Adam comes to the real world. Like, it looks like it's probably going to be funny. I don't like the premise of it.
Can't even test the waters anymore. You must have heard about the Sinwish Syndicate.
It bothers me on that level already.
The lead I'm following.
There'll probably definitely be stuff I enjoy from the movie, but it just makes me not want to
Not like you're going to pay
have
for
it.
None of this is any of your business anyway.
Yeah, I know that it's a gory comedy science fiction movie. Like, I know what kind of movie it is. I've seen behind the scenes stuff for it.
Based on your social circle, you wouldn't be talking about the poor IPC sap who was unlucky enough to be there, huh?
See, you also have both of you talking about Project Hail Mary. I've heard some good things about Project Hail Mary.
Sharp eyes, kid. Anyone who messes with someone like you is in for a nasty surprise.
Both of these are probably things that I will just see once they hit streaming.
He's dangerous.
Or if I really want to see them anytime soon, since I probably won't be able to go to the theaters, I'll just,
Be careful.
you know, sail the
It's been a
seas.
minute since anyone said that to me. And even so, it's my duty to solve the case. Doesn't matter if nobody pays me. I'll still
Secret of the
find
Ooze and The Mummy Returns.
justice on the spot.
If I had to choose between the two of those, I'd probably go see The Mummy Returns. I never got to see The Mummy Returns in theaters
Happened to be someone I was unfairly good
when it was new. I think my parents would have considered me old enough, but my two younger brothers would have been
usual for gang members to die like that.
just a little too young to take the whole family to see The Mummy Returns.
That.
So, like, the only way I would have seen that in theaters is if my dad decided that he was just going to take me.
Regardless
And that happened from time to time, but it wasn't a very often thing. Like, I saw,
of change.
I think, Independence Day in theaters because of that. Like, my brothers were too young to watch Independence Day, but my dad brought me. But because I never got to see The Mummy Returns in theaters, I would love to go see that on a big screen. There are so many good, like,
Allow me to introduce myself.
what would you call,
I'm
like,
Astral, the famous detective. You could say your friend and
set
I are
pieces,
acquainted through
right?
past
In like a big action shot, they call it a set piece. So many good set pieces in that movie that it would look so good to see on
We did
the
have
silver
a bit
screen.
Of a clash of opinions back at the tavern, did we not?
That's what you meant by clash?
Like when the giant wall of sand that Imita's face is in, that he's controlling, is chasing them in Izzy's dirigible. That would be a good one to really see on the big screen. The jungle chase scene around the pyramid with the mummy pygmies, and then the jungle like disappearing behind them later after they defeat the Scorpion King. Both of those scenes would look really good on the big screen.
This was the last copy in the store, you know.
Man, I need to find a theater that's playing The Mummy Returns, or maybe I need to find a local theater that wants to do a Mummy double feature, because I would like to see both of the Brendan Fraser
10 times.
Mummy movies on the silver screen.
3,000 credits. What do you say?
Hey, mister, this isn't about the money.
You've never seen any of the Mummy movies, but it did look good. I love those.
The last island stock is like
I like the
prey animal on the plains.
original,
Fails to stir our urge to
like,
see.
black and white Mummy movie as well. I think that one's writing is good enough that despite how slow a lot of the quote-unquote action is in it, still stands the test of time, worth watching. Some of the other tie-in stuff, like Abbott and Costello Meet the Mummy, also really good. But then, like, the reboot of The Mummy as a IP with Brendan Fraser,
To pay my respects.
the first two are really good. We pretend the third one didn't happen,
Always be rambling on about some
and I think everybody else agrees too. That they pretend they don't happen because they're making a fourth one that is secretly the actual third one. It's already like in pre-production right now.
That's enough. My poor little heart can't handle sob stories like that.
Yeah, I would agree that they aren't good remakes of the original Mummy.
Thank you very much for the comic.
In fact, I think they probably should have a different name, or they should have some note that they aren't remakes. They are licensed and marketed as remakes, though. It's Universal treating them as if they are reboots of the franchise, would be a better way of putting it. But they are, like, just fundamentally different, right? Because the original Mummy is a horror film, and the 90s mummies are action-adventure B stories. They've got an A-movie budget, but they're functionally B movies in storytelling. As you mentioned, like Indiana
As a
Jones.
token of
Hey,
my
Mike.
Gratitude. I'd like to be
Though,
friendly or
if I had to pick, as much as I like Indiana
never
Jones,
plan to target the Herald of
I
Death
like,
and your heroic image.
what's his name? Rick
However,
O'Connell, I think is the
all eyes will
character.
be on you during the Phantom Moon Games.
I like the Rick O'Connell adventures more
Discretion would be
than Indiana Jones.
because when the masses see your magnificent miracles and wield your extraordinary power,
I think they're just more fun
jealousy could turn their wish
and over the top.
into wish you ill power at the drop of a hat. Forgive the expression.
Especially, I think one of my favorite scenes is from the first
So,
one,
once
and
you
it's
might have this herald of death, why not leave the whole
because
message
cats are the
there
guardians of the
to
underworld,
someone who couldn't care less about winning or
and also natural, just like diviners of spirits. While Imhotep was still incomplete, he was afraid of cats,
on getting him.
and Rick just comes like running into a room holding a cat like a weapon, just scaring him off, and he screams and runs. It's so funny.
Is he an acquaintance of yours?
He's like, yeah.
detective who was passing by.
It's nearly time for Perlux Corp to pick us up. We should get going.
Those are movies I could watch anytime,
Well, we're
and I'd have a
here.
smile on my face watching
Oh,
them.
where are they? I don't see anyone in IPC uniform.
Maybe they got stuck in traffic on their way over.
Greetings, crew of the Astral Express. It is my honor to escort you on your visit to headquarters.
Megatron?
I am guard number 100086, created by Perlux Corp, a security specialist from the business division. My designated human name is Pharaoh, said to derive from an ancient language meaning iron. It's a pleasure to be of service. I'm truly honored to hear you say so.
So, what are we waiting for? Let's go.
According to the instructions given to me by Madame Pearl's secretary, there is still one more guest I need to pick up.
I think, like, with rare exceptions of must go to the theaters to see something,
Now, how did I not see this coming?
I think there's probably more old movies I've never seen before
You again.
in the theaters. Not that I haven't seen them at all, but at least I have not seen them on the silver screen. That I'd rather go to the theater to watch than many new things. I think the exception is I will absolutely have to go to a theater to watch the sequel to Godzilla Minus One. I had to go to the theater to watch Godzilla Minus One. I normally don't go by myself. That's another reason why I don't go to theaters. I don't really like going by myself. To me, it's always been kind of like a communal event.
Whoa.
I usually have to find like a friend to go with, unless something really, really demands me to go. And Godzilla Minus One was one of those where it's like I mean, a kaiju movie. I don't want to watch a kaiju movie for the first time on a small screen unless it's just like not available anymore. It's something that's larger than life. I need to watch it larger than life, right?
In the driver's seat?
Even for a movie that's not as good, right? For Godzilla vs. Kong, which visually amazing, but it's not as good as a movie as Minus One. I still waited until I was able to go to the theaters to watch that one because it's like a larger than life thing that demands watching it on the big screen.
Now that is astonishing.
If there's like a Gundam movie that comes out, which, you know, they've been saying for years they've been working on one. I know it was in the news last year too, where like Sydney Sweeney might be in it. Originally, after Pacific Rim was a hit, Legendary Pictures got the license for a Gundam movie, and it just has not been made yet. But, or any giant mech. Pacific Rim, that looked interesting. I had to go watch Pacific Rim in theaters. My brother and I think my cousin might have actually been in town during that time. But we all walked across the street when we lived near the AMC to go watch Pacific Rim in theaters.
As you see it now. To realize dreams that far exceed what consumers
Like,
imagine.
things that are like that, I have to watch on a big screen, if available.
We have never strayed from it. If any of you are familiar with our company's works,
I even told Buck about that, like, when we watched Godzilla vs. Kong. He couldn't wait. He had to watch it now. So he rented it on,
looks like Mr. Yang here is quite
I don't know, HBO Max or whatever network it was on. Like, he went and rented it because it was in theaters but also available for home at the same time. And I refused to watch it. I went to the other room while he watched it. I'm like, I will not watch it on a small screen while it's still in theaters. If I miss it in theaters, then I'm fine with streaming it, but it's the type of movie that just demands the big screen.
this way, detective.
See you around, everyone.
Oh, really? Pearl wants us to look around here before the meeting?
We don't talk about Pacific Rim Uprising.
Kinda weird.
I forget. Is that like, was that a prequel that was made? That's not the name of the second one, right?
Collaboration?
Because I saw Pacific Rim and I saw Pacific Rim 2. If Uprising's another one, I don't think I've ever even seen that one.
It's all good as long as we get a chance to look around. That works for me. Why don't we explore while we wait for our new...
Oh, it was the second one? I didn't dislike the second one. It wasn't as good as the first one, but I didn't dislike it.
Mr. Yang! Over here, quick, come on!
I went and saw that one in theaters, too.
Mr. Yang! Isn't this your favorite giant robot? There's no way that's an engine.
I went and saw the Michael Bay Transformer movie in theaters. And that was fun to watch in theaters, you know. You could say it's not that good of a plot, you know, like it's not that good of a story. But it was a great summer theater viewing experience.
Many of this Mechatron's components were never installed. Oh, what a shame. I was hoping to see it finished, to see the completed Mechatron. Imagine how it would look in motion. What a glorious sight that would be.
Really? In that case, Mr.
That, and
Yang,
at the time,
spirit. Which one's strong?
everybody liked Shia LaBeouf,
Giant
so.
robot, or that Arahato you designed back when you were an animator?
Seeing
He was still like the
someone
hot thing
else's
back then.
property,
Growing
comparing
career.
robots from different works would be most disrespectful to the creators themselves.
Most of the chat would watch Stephen Colbert's Freerun ripoff Lord of the Rings than watch Project Hail Mary. I know I wouldn't. I mentioned in the Discord that I like Freerun as like its own original concept. I wouldn't want to see somebody do that in Lord of the Rings, and I especially wouldn't want to see Stephen Colbert do that. Like, that just sounds awful.
Oh, what a stereotypically textbook mature answer.
My days of being a hot-headed young man are well behind me, so please, cut this mature old man some slack, would you? We don't usually come to a place this cool. So why don't the three of
Yeah,
us
Welt here's like a kid in a candy shop.
Now we're talking. Let me set the self-timer.
I think,
We can all get in the shot together.
they've done enough in the game so far for people who aren't as familiar
just incredible.
to know that how much Welt likes mechs and everything.
After all.
Like, I don't think like you would be guessing that at this point in time. Nihilix, get out of the picture. But if you go back to like his appearances in Honkai Impact 3rd and the spin-off material,
But it's daytime, and there's way too many
he's
people
really into
here.
animation. He's really into video games. He's made a few of those himself, but especially of all of them, he's really into mecha. He even had an entire organization for fighting the Honkai that was just robots and mechs. Because he's like, it would be so much more ethical for us to send destructible machines to fight these monsters than imbuing young girls with the Honkai energy that might eventually turn them into Hershers and monsters themselves. I'm like, yeah, well, I totally agree with you on that front. What were they thinking? Other than the fact that it turns out that the mechs are just nowhere near as good at the job as the girls were. So it's like, okay, maybe they were functionally right. But ethically, Welt was on the right side there.
I'm not great with personal space. Sorry. It's impossible not to stare at a face this amazing. You'll forgive me, right? Oh, right.
I really like, I think she pronounces her name Nihilux. She's about to say it. Yeah. I really like Nihilux. The more time we spend with her, she's, she feels very, very much like an artist. The way she acts and everything. She's kind of a flake as well, but, all artists are flakes.
Madam Pearl sent me to the lobby
to some degree.
All of you are famous super cosmic level heroes whose faces have been all over the news more times than I can
She's the type of person who's dipped her fingers in everything, and because of that, she's kind of also behind on everything too.
I see. Well, then, hello, Miss Nihilux.
Hello, everyone.
She's also lying to us right now.
Taking you on a comprehensive and in-depth tour to every single must-visit place in this building.
Not about this building. I think actually everything she says about this building is true. She's just lying to us about who she is.
Oh, seriously? I can't wait.
Of course I'm being serious. If there's anything you want to see, learn about, or even get your hands on along the way, anything at all, just let me know.
I don't know when she's going to be playable. Obviously, the earliest she could be dripped for is 4.3. Because she's not going to be in the anniversary.
Mr. Yang, you seem reluctant to part with the Mechatron. Want to take a few more pictures with it?
I'm just curious. When will this giant robot be completed?
Here's a little spoiler. That's actually part of today's tour. We'd like to invite the heroes of the Astral Express to help complete this Mechatron statue.
Will it be able to move like the other Mechatrons in Plain Arcadia once it's done?
I'm afraid it'll be a bit tricky. You're probably all aware that Mechatrons are imaginae driven by wish power, which means they don't actually have any complex machinery inside them. You know how humans tend to unconsciously imagine inanimate objects as living things that can think and move? It's this empathetic projection that grants wish power to Mechatrons. No, to all imaginae, giving them life. Think away, but one person's thoughts alone won't cut it. The bigger the imaginae, the more wish power needed to sustain it. We need to break free from the mental shackles of...
Yeah, I don't know about you. They're just implying it's like, of course, there's no complex machinery inside of them. Because the people who wished it to life only imagine the outside and not the actual components. Listen, when I imagine robots and mechs and stuff, I actually do imagine, like, the sprockets and hydraulics and stuff running through their system. So, skill issue maybe? I don't know.
Standing tall astride the earth becomes nothing but an impossibility. have a better chance of coming to life in a more primitive society.
But man, I hate Freerun in Epic 7. Her passive. It can make her immune to damage is pretty annoying.
Your chance to finish
Oh, she just puts up her shield.
massive Mechatron.
Obviously, right? That's how the character works.
Enthusiasts would kill for this kind of opportunity.
She has a shield spell. It's like her default defense measure. Ooh. Freebies? That was the wrong button. Freebies? I like freebies. I think there's like some chests or stuff around here. Let's go grab some chests. I don't remember where they are though. Oh. I can go in here already. Where are the chests? I want my goodies. I hear one. Around here somewhere. But oh wait, no, that was the space anchor sound. Here we go. Or I heard this one all the way down there. I don't know if it's that loud. It could have been. Oh, wait.
All's revealed in the... Watch this.
This is a for Bobo. We get to fight it for Bobo. Okay, anything that I do will make those guys advance forward. So what I want to do
Thank you for your help. People always observe the heavens with my
is have little
divination.
Ika come up first. You know, unless I somehow one-shot them with this, which is very likely. Sparksy does a ton of damage. Oh, okay. I did. All of those skill points were used for absolutely nothing. I think this was a quick one. No, this was not a quick one. No, that one's too far out. I don't remember where they were. Here we go. This one. Which this one we can rotate, and I know it gets us close to the other one. I should have gotten the one at the bottom first, though. Oh, I thought this one brings me close to that. What? Oh, well, we can get this one. I swear I thought that other one got me close to that. Because I think I have to be on that one to be able to get the other one. Okay, yeah, I did. How do I get onto that one now? That just brought me really far away from it. You see, it was really close to it, and then it stopped being really close to it. Sometimes I don't understand how this space thing turns. It is less consistent than Fez. Okay. It would have been nice if you actually just hopped on the thing. I know I was high enough. So I know there's nothing from this level to get onto that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to be enough. That distance has not changed. Ooh. There we go. Okay, I think the problem is where that blue one is. Those stay locked in space, but it's proportionally to where you are on the screen. That's the issue. That's why it seemed like it was so far away from me no matter where I went.
Seems like I was born.
Which is not how Fez operates, and I think that's why it's tripping me up. Because the way Fez works, everything is just fixed, and you figure out the level.
There's a saying that goes, dreams of wealth, the heart of a hero, and countless efforts all lead to Perlux Corp. Whether you're a kid or an adult, everyone has their own sweet dreams. Becoming a hero who saves the world from evil forces. Merging with a giant Mechatron to unleash awesome ultimate moves. Yeah! Perlux Corp sells these dreams and makes a killing off of them. If I could have everyone's attention, you can buy models of Perlux Corp's Mechatrons in this area. Among them is the best-selling Daybreak Squadron series.
Wow, look at this. It's so intricate. No wonder Mr. Yang's got Mechatrons on the brain.
I very much envy the kids here in Plain Arcadia. Back in my day, robot toys were still quite the luxury.
Seeing all your eyes light up like that reminded me that I, too, was once young. Back then, there was a stretch when I was so broke that I'd spend ages debating whether to buy a carton of milk from the convenience store. I kept telling myself that I had to work hard so I could get rich.
Oh, I can feel that, yeah.
So, did you manage to get rich?
After years of hard work and hustling, at the very least, I'm no longer young.
I feel that as well.
Oh, aren't you the sweetest? But I do have my secret to staying young. That is, lying about your actual age. Keep that in mind, just in case. Now, back to the grind. I wouldn't call it striking it rich, but I'm pretty close to making a sweet little profit.
Oh, don't keep us in suspense.
Reminds me of a friend. I have one of those friends who, like, every year he jokes about.
You might
It's actually, what year would it be now? Coming up would be
decentralized digital currency to fight.
13th
against
is his
IPC's
13th,
quest.
21st birthday.
Are these people from Punk Lord?
That's right. These people are from the Nomadic Miners faction. They
It's like, yeah, you know,
secreted
just
away
keep telling yourself
hijacked
that.
Noose's computing power for mining and are digging up a limited supply of learned coins. And I have gone all in with everything I got on this project.
I feel like this is a very risky way of doing things.
Life's full of ups and downs, right? The higher the risk, the bigger the reward.
Look at this little mecha pom-pom. This thing's cool looking. For now.
Hey,
Unfortunately, activating the
this isn't right.
anomaly arbitration quest so that red marker's no longer on my screen, I have been spoiled that that is going to be the boss.
This is a toy model of Alloy King Pom.
Not that I think we're gonna have any problems, because I've got Elation,
But just you wait. You'll see even cooler toys coming.
which
up
happens to be its specific weakness, of course. Why wouldn't it be?
There's no copyright issue with this thing.
Actually, this is Pom Pom from Fluffy Across the Blue, which is totally unrelated to the Pom Pom from Astral Express.
You got that right. Intellectual property is one of the most complicated things in the world.
With the best legal team in
Oh,
the
yeah,
universe at
intellectual
our
property is one of the
service,
most
I'm
complicated
sure
things in the
all
world
copies
because
of
it's
the
not
will be
real.
abused.
It's a
Unless
fabrication.
wants them to be an issue. Speaking of souvenirs for the Express, I bet nothing could be more perfect than this toy. I have a small favor to ask. Would you mind taking a photo with me by that headless Mechatron statue over there? And maybe signing the photo too. I'd love to leave it as a memento for the staff at Perlux Corp. How's that sound? If you're willing, I can pull a few strings and use my access privileges to give you all the gold-plated prototype of the yet-to-be-released King Pom Pom Alloy Armor 999, the only one in the entire universe. Just give it a thought.
That is a pretty sweet deal. You don't have to bribe me any further.
Souvenir in the entire universe? Our conductor will definitely love it. It's all up to you.
That's right. I always forget that we're supposed to be bringing a gift back to Pom Pom every single world we go to. Oh, it was this way.
Man and Mechatron in perfect harmony. Ready to take a photo?
I'm ready.
I don't like that angle. Does he? No, there's no level of parallax that actually makes it look like they're behind the statues. That's very disappointing.
I love this one so
You
much.
wanna actually line the heads up with the necks.
To keep it all to myself.
And don't forget about that exclusive gift you promised.
You bet. In fact, I'll throw in a normal edition for each one of you as hush money. Come on, let's head to checkout.
It'd be funny is if they actually just made us wait in line instead of going straight to the
It's my
counter.
pleasure to serve you.
I'm trying to remember, I think it was
Three distinguished guests from the Astral Express
Final Fantasy VI, which we will eventually go back to playing through
Sure, you got it.
whenever I get a computer that no longer has issue streaming.
Provide your employee ID.
But I think there is... Was it 6? Maybe I'm thinking of a different game. But there's like a town in one of these SNES games that I played growing up where there's a line that actually moves person by person to get to a shop or whatever. And you have to literally move your sprite into the line and wait.
I see.
And
Please wait a moment.
I thought that was like one of the coolest things when I was a kid.
Your alloy king pom-pom is all packed up.
I don't know why.
Would you like to take it with
I guess it was like the immersion of an actual functioning line in a game that made it cool.
Please just have it delivered to the Astral Express.
But I waited to see what it was.
No problem.
I remember that. I just can't remember what game it is now.
Now that the gifts are done, I'll take you to the Mechatron Design Lab.
This is the part I've been
I don't
looking
think-
forward to the most.
I don't think it was Pokemon... Because I know there was like a line in one of the Pokemon games, but I don't think it moved. It was like a bunch of Team Magma or Aqua Grunts. It might have been Ruby and Sapphire that were waiting in line, but for something to get into the museum. But I don't think that line ever moved. I think you had to wait for the story to progress for the line to disappear. I'm definitely thinking it was probably like an SNES game.
Oh, you're the... No way! You were Mr. Raccoon! No, that's not right. You're oh, from the Astral Express. Wow! And is Miss March Bunny herself here too?
Hi. I actually prefer to be called by my real name, March 7th. This is Mr. Yang.
How lucky to meet 3 members of the Express crew at once. I'm a huge fan of you all, especially my senior. I haven't missed a single episode of Fluffy Across the Blue. And I've even bought all the collector's editions.
Oh, how could this guy say he likes you more than me to my face? Good thing I'm not that petty.
Don't worry, March. It's hard to tell if people in this
Teenage
world
Mutant
are
Ninja Turtle
real
Magic
Express
Set released.
crew
It seems to be
or just the
underwhelming.
cute animal crew from the Fluffy.
I don't just follow the Fluffy series. I've been keeping tabs on all your...
I think the thing is, though, they can afford
The Cienjo...
any licensed set like that to go in either direction. It can either be really underwhelming or really overpowered, and it doesn't matter because most of the people buying it aren't buying it because they actually want to play the game with the set.
Watch the scene where the Trailblazer embarked on another trailblazing expedition in Holy Grail Stay Night.
Like, I know there's some really busted stuff from the Final Fantasy set, like Vivi in general is just cracked if you use him properly. But it doesn't matter because most of the people who are collecting him aren't going to actually be using him.
If I'd have known,
They're just putting him on a shelf.
I'd have brought that can with me. Could I ask for your...
I think that's probably one of the general problems with Magic the Gathering right now in general, is that they care less about making the game good and just more about selling sets. It's better for their wallet,
Exactly like me from
you know, as like a corporation. If your main goal is to make your investors money, which is their main goal, they're doing a bang-up job of that. It just doesn't make the game better.
so that your idol gets to know you better.
Sorry, I got way too excited. I'm Warrior Cinder.
Yeah, the Spider-Man set was also pretty bad.
And my real name.
Next crossover one is a whole Marvel.
My real name doesn't matter. Just call me Cinderborn. If you're not in a hurry.
Everything is made for Commander format now. Yeah, that's probably just because it's the most popular format. It has been for quite a while.
Daybreak Squadron.
I don't even play, and I know that it's been the most popular format for quite a while.
Mechatron Warrior series, following the story of young heroes fighting alongside Mechatrons against the Shadow Slither.
Which is weird because I haven't played too much of it, but I did used to play with like buddy decks. Like, I think I've mentioned this on stream before. I used to just play card games sometimes with my friends in school, and a lot of times too, it would be like after I stopped collecting cards, they would just bring spare decks because they're looking for people to play with them.
I'm just a small-time actor.
And back when I played,
And like my senior
very briefly,
students,
hardly anybody even played Commander.
Daybreak Squadron has also motivated people to fight against all challenges in real life. Recently, Full Wish TV got approval from the Department of Aberration Defense. So now, the magical Mechatron Daybreak Warriors from the show can operate in reality. My friends and I are just honored to fight alongside the real Bullet Worm.
Sorry. I didn't quite understand that. So...
I think probably too. Commander's the easiest to pick up.
How should I put this? My teammates and I are both actors and real masked heroes.
Oh, so you run a white and blue. Okay.
Or evil threatened citizens, we show up alongside Mechatron warriors to protect everyone. I'm here today to test a Mechatron's performance and do some advertising shoots while I'm at it.
Full Wish TV and Perlex Corp have always been partners. Even the squad's transformation Mechatron is imaginated by Perlex Corp. The more popular Daybreak Squadron's drama becomes, the more wish power flows.
You know what's funny is that my brother saved some of the Final Fantasy cards, like some of the dupes he got, specifically the Chocobos, because he knows how much I like Chocobos, and just Final Fantasy in general. And he's like, yeah, I've got some saved for a care package for you. Has yet to send them. It's been months since that collab. He's yet to send them.
I'd like to volunteer myself as my senior's opponent for the test, if that's all right with you.
And like, that's fine though, because at least I know they're safe with him. But I just find it funny how much he hyped up that he was going to send me a care package and just never did.
Oh, what perfect timing! The combat testing area is also part of today's tour.
That's the weight of fame for ya. Don't let down those kids who look up to you.
Honestly, that's my weakness. I can't allow myself to let adorable kids down.
First, have everyone take part in the assembly process for the Mechatron in the control room. Then, using this Mechatron as a template, we'll build a smaller unit for him so he can try out the combat test program. So, follow me, everyone.
What's going on here? Speed type Mechatron. Well, I hope you're fast. You're all legs. I mean, in general, quadrupeds are faster than like bipeds, but that's just goofy. Where's your second leg slot even in? Oh, God, I can't get a good angle of this. Maybe it's because they don't want you to get a good angle of it. That would make sense. Look at this guy. Growth type Mechatron. Oh, wait, is this like a reference to Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, right? Where it starts off with this literally tiny mech and he drills into other things and just keeps growing over time. Is that what this is supposed to be? Strength. It's got a build like Johnny Bravo. Basic mold. There's stuff we got. Nothing. Okay. Romo Crim's coming back this summer. That's good to hear. I'll let Flit know since he's already disappointed it didn't come by February.
This is Perlux Corp's Mechatron Imagenesis Design Lab. 15 years ago, the first Mechatrons of Plain Arcadia were born here.
You know, I almost want to write a story like Fluffy Across the Blue.
Influence upon their debut.
Obviously not the story of Fluffy Across the Blue, because it's just the story of the Honkai Star Rail. But like, I want to almost take that concept and say like the Princess Bride, and I want to make an outline for an original story with like normal humanoid characters and everything. But then I want to not make the original story and then just replace all of them with like this cutesy, fluffy, abridged version of that other story that I didn't tell. But I want to imply that there was like an actual story the entire time. That would be a fun story to write.
Say, dear guests, do you know what the first step is to creating an Imagine in Plain Arcadia?
The first step. Making a wish to Aha? Nope.
Sorry, but they're out of the service area right now. Actually, it's about drawing the physical form. Drawing the physical form means humans using brushes to give shape to fictional beings, which was originally the domain of professional artists. But here,
yeah, no, that answer makes sense, drawing the physical form. It's like the same as naming something.
Improving standardized workflow efficiency,
like speaking something into existence. You need to kind of give it form, give it shape, draw it into existence, image it into existence.
To think that even Imagenesis, a skill as magical as this, could be industrialized. I'm suddenly starting to admire the IPC.
That's nothing. Our company aims to create 2 billion Mechatrons for social production.
I like that Windows 98 search box on the screen that doesn't match the rest of the heads-up display. Peak.
That's a staggering number. But can the wish power of the people here really sustain so many Imagine?
That's why Perlux Corp
Wait,
keeps churning out anime.
If anyone can create anything, then people could create their own slaves? Yeah, absolutely. They absolutely could do that in Plain Arcadia, if they have enough wish energy.
All of this shall serve Madame Pearl's grand goals and ideals. All right.
I mean, that's kind of what they're doing with a lot of the Mechatrons anyway, is that they're creating, like, perfect citizens and servants. I think Pearl even kind of brings that up. Now, I don't think they use the language of the word slave, but that's probably just because they don't want to look at them that way. Not because Star Rail is adverse to the concept of slavery. Kakavasha / adventuring was a slave, like straight up mentioned in the story. And there's a lot of indentured servitude that exists throughout the universe too, specifically to the IPC, where entire planets are indentured to them, and every citizen on it. So,
could it be that no matter how much I adjust it, the final printout always comes out exactly the same?
Your suspicion makes sense. But please answer my question first. Which do you prefer? The sense of
it's probably in an imaginary sex dungeon somewhere. Yeah, probably. They don't want you to think about that, but probably. Absolutely, yeah.
You got that right. The fully automated Imagenesis blueprint design system perfectly matches your needs. You can meticulously adjust every parameter, or just hit one button to skip it all, and the automated system will always produce results that meet the standards. Amazing, right? Just like how the inventors on planet Scrollum used to ask themselves, If all their inventions were already pre-recorded in the Supreme Punch Tape, what's the point of inventing in the first place?
Printing complete. Please retrieve your blueprints.
What you just said is the answer. It's not about the results of creation, but the elation we experience in the process.
Oh man, I can't wait till we hit the spots where they give us AHA lore. The AHA lore in this patch has just been great.
Oh, hello.
Maybe even the best parts of this patch so far has been the AHA lore.
No problem. Blueprint has been recorded. The Mechatron parts are ready to go. Hope you enjoy the experience.
No. March and I will just watch you play from the side.
Now then, please follow my guidance to complete the Mechatron assembly. This experience mainly involves assembling 3 parts: the arm, the shoulder armor, and the Daybreak blade on the back of the Mechatron. Go for it, little raccoon! Assemble the Magico Mechatron Daybreak Warriors and save our city!
All right, everyone. I'm heading out.
Mech assembly. You didn't need to give me that because none of the mechanics are any different than what we've already done in the platforming section. That was kind of actually just a waste of a tutorial.
Nippers, hobby knife, sandpaper, sanding stick. Parallax doesn't provide any of these. But don't worry, the explosive device will solve all your problems. Just step on
Yeah, I can't get that one. We do have the arrow though. I guess if I jump high enough. Yes, I got it. Okay. I was trying to remember how I got it on the other one.
It may look brutal, but it leaves no burns. And that's the magic that we
Yeah.
Parallax Corp are
And the thing, like, you have to understand, the Star Rail, or technically just the entire Honkai universe, is a pretty dark universe that's just colored very bright and cheery. It's kind of like, obviously one of the things that inspires it directly is Galaxy Express 999. That's why they chose a train. But some of the stuff, you could rather think of it as, say, like a Warhammer type universe clashed with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's almost like the perfect way of looking at the type of universe that it is. It's dark and absurdistic at the same time. Very, very absurdist. A better example would probably be D&D. Well, that's why I said mixed with the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Because the thing is, if you were to take away the absurd nature of it, you would be left with nothing but a dark universe. Okay, I need to run all the way to the end. And there's actually quite a bit of just straight up Warhammer references in it. If you want something that's a little more mixed, it's like the Starship Troopers universe. But like the movie version. Okay, we got one. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is basically just Futurama. Well, I mean, if you turn it the other way around, since Hitchhikers is much, much older than Futurama. Did I get everything? There's nothing hidden around here? No, okay.
Next, please activate the mechanical maintenance arm and align it with the shoulder joint base to connect the arm. Good. We're done with the arm for now. Next, activate the mobile maintenance rack and adjust the mech armor to the shoulder armor panel position.
This world specifically, Planet Arcadia, is almost entirely like that type of hitchhiker vibe.
Just like before, the first step is to remove the parts from the frame. Artificial gravity field adjusting. Please exercise caution. Activate the thruster and push the shoulder armor towards the unit interface.
Let's pop that first. But yeah, especially like Firefly's backstory. Firefly's backstory is very much just like I don't remember how you reach that. It's very much like a book Starship Trooper, or very much like a Warhammer situation. It's very, very dark, with like no levity either, like at all. It's just a dark situation.
Now, for the final part. Please install the Daybreak blade on its back. Aim at the mountain point on the back. And fire! Awaken! Daybreak blade! Mission accomplished. The colossal Mechatron you built with your own hands will now stand proudly in the center of this hall. The great hero of the Astral Express has graced this place, left behind a blueprint, and even contributed their own inspiration to the completion of the Mechatron
Especially because like
statue. What outstanding
every single person Firefly is related to is dead, as far as we know. Like literally every single one of them are just dead. She's the only one left. A tough situation. I like this. This is like classic loading up into the mech situation. It's like let's board into
right here.
like Voltron.
Step forth, Mr. Little Raccoon, and become the guardian of Plain Arcadia.
Powerful wish power supply entity detected.
Get into the Megazord.
Initiating link.
What do you call food that is already coated in chocolate? Do we have a specific word for that? I think we normally just call it like chocolate coated.
Assembly complete.
Or chocolate covered. I don't know.
That's right.
If there's a specific culinary term for it, I am unaware.
Time for some heart-pounding combat.
Mechatron synchronization rate 39%. 42%.
I like the separate big toe on the mech, like it's wearing tabby.
While we can't power up this big guy, I've printed a small unit. Now it's time to show you how a Mechatron fights.
Like, you could see that they tried... This is another case of something they tried to de-Japanify as much as possible. But you could see, like, this almost residual samurai shogun look to the mech that was definitely there at one point in time. But also it kind of has, like, an Astral Express look to it, too.
Why, of course. It's the combat testing sandbox. Look, those dazzling colors are like the express train traversing through the stars. Enhanced full body armor. Aesthetic, lightning, powerful, strong. Our hero got blocked by an illegal building. City, what are you doing? No choice left.
Clocked by illegal buildings.
Just focus on dealing with the city's crisis and let Madame Pearl worry about the compensation.
This is pretty fun, though. In like a sense of... We're not really doing much, but... If you're like a young kid that grew up on Power Rangers, you've always wanted to be like the mech walking around in a model city. Though, I don't really want to be the mech. I'd rather pilot it. There's a really cool game. It's part of the Mystical Ninja franchise. The N64 one was just straight up called Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. And there's a sequel called Goemon's Great Adventures. Both of them handled the boss fights the same way, even though the main gameplay platforming was different. One was a 3D platformer, the other one was just like a strict flat 2D platformer side-scroller. But when you got to the boss fights, there was a character called Impact, who was a mech, but he was also an actor for like Californian mech movies. Like he'd spent most of his time in California. That was part of his backstory. And you hopped inside Impact during the boss fights, but you did kind of control Impact on the way to the boss. There was like a on rails skating thing where you had to destroy and avoid obstacles. But when you actually got to the boss fight, you were inside the cockpit view fighting the boss, which led to a pretty fun boss fight. And I think I've always preferred the cockpit view of piloting giant robots. I think that's more fun, especially from gameplay perspective. I like being in the cockpit. I almost wish they had done something like that here, where we were in cockpit view, but I know that there is no actual cockpit to this. They explained that earlier. That's why we're just kind of floating inside and became the mech because of the way like the Imagini work. But it would have definitely been way cooler if this was like a cockpit view thing.
This is an official challenge from the Daybreak Squadron, great hero of the Astral Express. If we defeat
Even Starfield didn't allow you to have mechs despite having them in the lore. That's lame, actually. Starfield could have been 100% cooler if they actually let you have mechs. Especially because a lot of people were seeing it as like Fallout in space, right? And while Fallout actually does technically have mechs in the lore too, right? We have like Liberty Prime. They at least you have power armor that you can pilot around. In Starfield's ships, they should have just let you pilot a mech. That would have been cool.
My friend, you know what? Every time I transform into a Mechatron,
Hollywood doesn't even make mech movies IRL. I mean, they kind of do. They do more so now, still very rarely, than they did back then. But at the time that Mystical Ninja starring Goemon came out with Impact, the only one I could actually think of was an Americanized version of a Japanese property, and it would have been the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers movie with Ivan Ooze, which I did go to theaters to see, by the way.
Let the two of us see what you made of.
But yeah, it is a rarity. It's not like you would actually really need a mech actor to play the mechs full time or something like that. It's not. It's not something that made any logical sense. But nothing in Mystical Ninja starring Goemon made logical sense, so that was fine. This fight here is actually a little too easy. Genuinely, all you do this whole fight is just hit enhance until you run out of skill points. So you take as little damage as possible. Yeah. But you end up taking up too much damage during the turns that you don't enhance. Maybe we should build up some first. And I think they get to ult on you or whatever. Like, I think you have to basically lose this. I don't remember if there's a way that you can just survive without. Because I think you have to finish this with the ult they give you anyway. Yeah. They were gonna kill you regardless. I don't even think enhancing would have saved me there.
Little raccoon is reaching his limit. Listen, those are the people's wishes. Power converging as one. That is limitless possibility.
Oh yeah. Listen, I'm not quick to say a game sucks. Unless, like, for functional reasons, a game sucked, which Starfield had that going for them too. But based on everything that game promised, how unfunctional it was, and just what little there was to do in the game, I will actually say that Starfield sucks. Like, it just sucks as a game. It doesn't fulfill almost any of its promises. Now, as a sandbox, I'm not saying people still can't have fun with it, but it sucks as a game.
You really got into character. That was some great acting.
Were we just fighting in a film studio?
Like, I would say, to put the dichotomy there, Fallout 4 is a game that's not for me. It's for newer, like, Bethesda fans or whatever. Starfield sucks.
Did you have fun? The user gave us a 5-star review. Thank you for your kind feedback. Your satisfaction and approval are our greatest motivators. Looks like the Daybreak Squadron is waiting for you. You gave them quite a combat lesson, it appears. Why don't you go share a few words with those youngsters?
I'll be the head. That's a classic reference, if anything.
As expected,
I do like all the references achievements make in this game.
my life is now complete.
I know almost all of them are localized, but they were definitely given freedom on how to localize specifically the achievement references. I remember reading an interview about it too, where they try to make it at least fit the same theme as what the original reference was. Like, I remember one of them being a reference to, like, a Japanese cyclist that was really popular in, what's it called? East Asia. but you really wouldn't have known in the West.
Besides my senior.
So they replaced it with like a Lance Armstrong reference or whatever instead to try to still keep the spirit of the reference. And yes, in like Voltron, after they all came together, the last one would be like, and I'll form the head. That's the reference.
Just plain hero.
That's only because we haven't done anything.
But they try to keep the spirit as much as possible. So whatever that reference was in like the Chinese version, and a lot of times they end up being identical in the Japanese, just language difference. They were probably trying to capture the same thing.
Yeah, just yesterday, I rescued 5 people from a gas explosion. Hope they recover soon. And spread the word about how awesome Daybreak Squadron is!
There you go again, casually saying the strangest things. Like the Astral Express. We don't need to act to prove something so long as we stay true to our own path. Sooner or later, Daybreak Squadron will be recognized by everyone.
Silly you. Is the Astral Express all you ever think about? Why don't you just go join the Express as one of the Nameless?
Come on. Don't make fun of me. I'm still just a rookie. How could I possibly be worthy of boarding the Express and fighting alongside seasoned veterans?
Anyone who perseveres in their own life is a hero indeed.
Thanks for your guidance, Trailblazer. And lastly, I wonder if you could take a picture
Is the
with
concept
us.
of a game where you're a mechanic who can build anything to solve the challenges a fun idea?
Take a photo together with us.
That's too broad of a question. It could be. It depends how you do it.
My senior's so close to me that my heart's
It also depends on what the challenges are.
3, 2, 1.
Like, the problem is it's not even really much of an idea. It's like the starting point, but that could go in any direction. Right? Like, that's almost kind of like the starting point of Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts was a pretty bad game.
Big fan before we go?
But that was also because that game didn't really know what it wanted to be and tried to be too many things at once. Like you kind of need a more specific idea than that to really know if it sounds fun or not. See, Kev, says a bunch of people at my job leaving mostly because of a different security company is going to slowly take over your role, which the people leaving are going to the post the company is taking over. Just means mandatory overtime for you. Yay. Hey, listen. If you're excited, I don't know if that's a sarcastic yay or not, but more money, right? Hey, right? Overtime pay. I'm assuming that's a sarcastic yay. But you look at the bright side, right? You have to kill a big robot boss. Either build a tank or a mech or BFG to kill the boss or hack it. Yeah, I mean, that could be fun. As long as, like, the mechanics are clear. That's a big thing about it, too. And you can leave the solution as open as you want. But as long as, like, the player has a clear idea of what their options are for them to explore, you could probably make a fun game like that. See, Kefta says, money's great. Do get a nice 4% raise in April. Ooh. Okay, what is this? Chat?
Blue, yellow, you guys were amazing back there.
Okay, I'm gonna let these talk. If it comes to an option, you guys will just have to look at it. I gotta pee. I'll be back.
If only we could have beaten the Nameless. We were actually so close during that Megatron fight.
What are you talking about? There's no way we could have beaten the Trailblazer.
Well, it's not entirely impossible, I'd say. Ever since I converted, I feel like both my mind and body have become so much lighter. Gray, you really should join us and do the same.
Haha, Gray. Being a masked hero means facing all kinds of dangers. You definitely feel pretty bad if you couldn't contribute your strength to the team when we needed you the most. Oh, looks like your idol's here to see you. We'll wait for you backstage. Gray.
Senior?
Oh, excellent. I came back right as I needed to.
Me? I'm fine. Totally fine.
Thankfully,
I'm surprised that you took us down without breaking a sweat.
I've already done this part.
It's me. I'm just too...
This morning or last night, so it's not like I actually missed anything.
Whether in combat or dealing with life. Even though I know I can never...
There is half a chance that we play long enough that we pass up where I left off.
Trying my best to get closer to being like you. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but no one ever taught me the principles of how to live and behave growing up. I dropped out of high school pretty early and started hanging out with street gangs. Every time I threw a punch to intimidate someone, I thought I was being a hero. But when I saw how scared those people were, I had this nagging feeling that maybe I was doing something wrong. Later, when I read about the Astral Express story online and learned about your legendary deeds, I finally understood what it meant to be a true...
I'm probably not the only one.
Looking back at how...
When I was a kid, obviously I really wanted to be a Power Ranger.
I made up my mind to leave my old world.
Like, even as a kid, like, you know there are no Power Rangers, but you're like, man, I really want to be a Power Ranger.
Together, with my brothers and sisters in the Daybreak Squadron, I can bring happy smiles to the residents of Plain Arcadia and protect them whenever danger appears. But I'm just...
Power Rangers were so cool, you know, like they did martial arts, they got cool outfits, they had cool weapons, they get to pilot a mech, like giant robots.
Maybe I've chosen a path that...
Especially the ones that were new when I was a kid, which was actually the first time they were called Power Rangers. I got to watch Mighty Morphin. They were dinosaur robots, and what's cooler than a dinosaur? Like, oh.
But I do believe that while kindness isn't something you can learn, strength is something you can acquire. Your desire to fight for those around you, and your wish to bring smiles to others.
Then you get older, and you actually get access, especially with the internet, to watch the stuff it was based off of, and like all the Sentai stuff, and like the Kamen Rider stuff too. Like all that stuff's so cool.
Could you please sign that famous line? That one's not bad either.
Yeah, it was the stars that first set the Nameless on their journey. And now I can see that same starlight in your eyes.
I'll remember today for the rest of my life. Goodbye, Trailblazer. I hope by the next time we meet, I'll be a true hero just like you.
I think the only problem that you realize as a kid about like wanting to be a Power Ranger is like even if they were real, like you can't grow up to be one, right? Like you could be one for your teenage years, but the people stop being them as soon as they're adults, and like, well, that's lame. You know, if you start being one, you kind of want to just, you know, maybe stay one until you die in like maybe your 30s when a monster kills you or something. But it's like, yeah, whatever, I guess.
That about wraps up today's tour. After seeing everything, what do you think? You're only realizing that now. That's your greatest advantage in joining the Fantasy Moon Games.
If you're wondering why we started doing the side missions like the grease paint thing earlier on, and then I kind of stopped doing them, is because I looked at the time and how long it's been taking us to get through the story, and like, I need to distract myself less. Because we're still going to get plenty of activities to do with the side-scrolling stuff, but there's so much story that I don't think we're going to be able to progress much if I keep distracting myself by doing side content. Although the side content is the most fun part of it.
Let me give you a little reminder. The rules of Phantasm Moon Games have never required any competition between supplicants.
I love her hat.
As an IPC employee, I've said far too much. Your friends
I think I just like Nihilux's,
you should go meet up with them. Don't keep
or Nihilux, however she says her name. I like her design overall. Like, it's just a really good design. I also was not expecting her, I guess, to be the size that she is. She's the same size as, like, March and Firefly. I don't know why. I was expecting her to be taller when her, like, design was first revealed. Not that March or Firefly are particularly short. They're the medium-sized, like, female model.
Did you assemble the Mechatron and give autographs to your fan? But you also got to live out your superhero fantasy. Did you have fun?
Got to live out her superhero fantasy. What fantasy? We basically are superheroes. We go from planet to planet, saving them from utter disaster.
Indeed. Seeing him so happy reminds me of my younger self. Those were the days.
If anything, we lived out other people's superhero fantasies of us.
Mr. Yang, you're still as young as ever. Oh, right. We've been wandering around here for ages and seen everything there is to see. What's this Madame Pearl really up to?
I understand everything she wanted to show us. There are just a few questions I'd like to confirm with Miss Nihilux.
Miss Nihilux? Wait, where did she go?
Ah, there you all are. We've been looking everywhere for you. The Secretary's office sent Agent Feld here to keep you company while you wait, but he said he couldn't find any of you.
Just as I thought, that woman seemed pretty suspicious.
Wait, if Mr. Feld is the one who's supposed to meet us, then who is Miss Nihilux?
Miss Nihilux? Who?
Agent Nihilux, an IPC ranking P30 who works at Perlux Corp's Imagenesis Technology Department.
P30? Imagenesis Technology Department? Since when did Perlux Corp have an Imagenesis Technology Department?
Could she be some kind of corporate spy who snuck into the building? Oh, this is a real mess. What are those security guards even doing?
I mean, if she is, she's a really good corporate spy because she knew everything about it already. Like, if she, as much as she knows, why would she need to be a spy? She already knows all your trade secrets anyway.
This lady seemed totally legit. She smoothly guided us around the place like a pro. I thought she was one of your people.
I need to report this to security right away. She can't have gone far. Let's catch her in the act.
Thank you for your help. Astral Express crew, Madame Pearl has been waiting for quite some time. If it's convenient, shall we head out now? I'll show you the way. Please inform Madame Pearl that the 3 guests from the Express will arrive shortly.
Pearl demonstrated the full process of creating a Mechatron army, based on what I saw.
I love these pre-rendered cinematics so much. I think games need more pre-rendered cinematics again. I think they look so much better than when stuff are handled in-engine. The only problem is, and the reason why you don't get them as much, well, there's kind of two reasons. One,
Hello, guests from the Astral
since
Express.
all of the assets are already in-engine, it's a lot easier for them to just do the scene in engine, stuff about like saving space and everything. Though, with modern video compression, it takes up a smaller proportion of the game's storage than it used to. It used to be like the majority of a game's storage back in the day. It's like Final Fantasy VII. The only reason it needed 3 discs is because of the FMVs on it. Otherwise, the entire game was on all 3 discs. But the other reason is customization, right? As you just saw that Kalis was in his normal outfit in that scene. When you pre-render a cutscene, you can't have like whatever clothes you changed or whatever. And way too many games are about actually like changing your character's look and stuff at different points in the game, that you'd have to like render a new version of the scene for every single possible combination of look your character could have, which in games with custom characters becomes genuinely impossible. So just use the engine to do the scene instead. But, you know,
33 citizens were found dead in the Dove
games with custom characters are weaker anyway, so
an
whatever.
IPC specialist assigned to negotiate the purchase of a mass
Story-wise.
died
Story-wise.
in an unexpected incident. This
There are
party has made
obviously
overt
strengths
threats
to
public
games
orders
with a lot of
and is clearly
customability if that's what you're
challenging
into.
the IPC. My intuition tells
But if
me
you want to make like a
this is
really good
only
story,
the
it's
beginning.
better just to have defined characters.
Managing capital and managing a corporation share one thing in common. That is, an aversion to risk and a pursuit of stability. And I bear both responsibilities. As the executive officer of Plain Arcadia, I bear an inescapable responsibility for the safety of this world. As one of the 10 Stonehearts, I hope to bring the Phantom Moon games to a swift
If you're trying to make a
and
game where
safe conclusion.
the player is basically making their own stories at play,
Rather than staging
that's where
another dangerous
customization
battle, like what happened
really
at Bradley
shines.
Academy. I hope the supplicants can show the people of this
But then a
world
game like that, you
miracles
shouldn't
of
really
joy
have
and
animated
happiness
scenes anyway.
instead
I
of
think that
sorrow
actually
and
takes away
rage
from the
during the Phantom Moon games.
player's story because you have no agency during those scenes.
Therefore, I'd like to hear the Express's request. Trailblazer, please, tell me. What's your ultimate goal for joining the Phantom Moon games?
It's a funny one. You're gonna find out. It's a funny goal. Very elating.
You mentioned earlier that you wanted to talk about the Phantom Moon games with me?
I'd like to talk about our ultimate goal for participating in the Phantom Moon games.
Huh. Got something in mind?
I think the rules and rewards for the Phantom Moon games are a little too vague.
That's exactly what I thought when I joined the games 15 years ago. These games allow supplicants to do anything, good or evil. As a result, everything that unfolds in the course of these games exists beyond control. What's more vague is what can winners do when they share the power of the elation. According to legends and historical records from Ahatopia, victors typically first witness the
Ahatopia.
manifestation of Aha themselves.
That's a name.
They listen to the victor's wishes and grant them permission to use their power. And the applications of this power seem to be boundlessly vast. When faced with countless choices, the situation becomes even more thorny than having no choice at all. Sometimes I wonder, if we had agreed to become the leader of the Anti-Destruction Alliance, how would this trip have turned out?
I want Aha to be the leader.
If I win, I'll give up sharing Aha's power and ask them to be the leader of the Anti-Destruction Alliance.
That's such a hilarious idea. I can totally picture it. I get it. That's actually a brilliant idea. To begin with, this is far more meaningful than taking up a god's authority and squandering it freely for a single minute.
Since this is Himiko's homeworld,
Secondly,
I think we need like an elation
placing an
variant of
on the
Himiko.
righteous cause of opposing the universe's greatest
That would be
threat
fun.
is something neither the
I don't know if that's
IPC
on
nor
the
god
the
itself
packet
could
or not.
reasonably object to.
I know like
Finally,
before
this would also help us avoid the risk we
Plan
currently
Arcadia, it
face.
was like probably back in like
Cooperating with
3.6
the
or whatever.
IPC
There were
while
people
remaining wary of being
dreaming
drawn into its ambitions
of
during the operation
Himiko
of
being
the
on the list of
Anti-Destruction
having
Alliance.
an SP, but
If we handle
I haven't heard
negotiations
anything
well,
about that since then.
perhaps Aha could stand behind
And they
the
didn't even
Astral
know what
Express,
kind it would be,
just
if
like
she
our
even had one.
cooperation with the Xianzhou, where we could maintain distance from one another,
But it would be cool.
while offering support from afar. The only question is, will Aha agree?
Don't worry about that. From what I know about them, they'll agree. What kind of god of games would they be if they broke their own rules? Besides, they still owe the Express...
This is one of my favorite parts right here.
This is their IOU for the Express debt from when
I was saying earlier about how like the Aha lore is really, really fun in this patch. The fact that like the nameless Aha wasn't nameless on the Astral Express. Like I knew Aha blew up the Astral Express, and I know Aha's been on it before. I didn't realize that they considered Aha a nameless, and I think this also kind of lines up. There was a dream bubble at like Dr. Edwards' shop in Penacony where we watched the like the worst of all the nameless crying to Pom Pom about the being sorry for the things that Pom Pom said they did, and I think that was Aha. I think we were actually just seeing that from Aha's perspective. Aha, because it's elating, is the worst of all the nameless. It's like, wow, that all makes so much more sense now. The scrawled signature looks sketchy no matter how you look at it. Is this really from Aha themselves?
Passenger, use this to blackmail them. That one will definitely give in to your demands. Probably.
So, you're saying you want Aha to take on the leadership of the Anti-Destruction Alliance? Logical extrapolation. Failed. Success rate indeterminable. This peculiar proposal nearly brought my thought process to a halt.
Oh, wait, how could you? How could any machine in the entirety of the universe, even the Genius Society's simulated universe, predict how an Eon, specifically of all of them, Aha, who's the most unpredictable, would lead the Anti-Destruction Alliance? You couldn't simulate it. Period. It's impossible. Definitionally speaking.
However, I don't think you stand much of a chance in the games, because I've joined as a supplicant. Not a single rule in the Phantasmoon games requires supplicants to engage in combat, so there's no need for hostility between us.
Plain Arcadia's administrator is a supplicant?
At the same time, she has at her disposal assets of staggering magnitude. What, Perlux Corp among them?
Aww, with money and power on her side, wouldn't her chances of success be way higher than ours?
As I previously proposed to Miss Himiko, I'm willing to...
Yes, but I have a
cooperate with the
baseball
Astral
bat.
Express
Forget about
to
that.
ensure the smooth progression of the Phantasmoon games.
But the Astral Express isn't your only partner, is it?
I have 2 other allies. However, you all are my most promising ones. Once the Astral Express joins, it will maximize the safety and success of this Ionic game. And I will do everything in my power to fulfill my partner's wishes within that limited minute.
As we told you before, our strategy is to become a sail, advance and retreat together. The Astral Express is not a lone supplicant, since we have our own allies in the games.
An ally like Sparksy? It's true that you defeated her and took her mask. But given her typical decision-making style, Sparksy isn't exactly what you'd call a reliable ally.
Ah, but see, that's why she's a great ally. Because she's unpredictable.
Hypothesis. The Sinwish Syndicate's missing.
Because you're like, you know, if your own ally is unpredictable, how can you count on them? Sure, that is a problem. But, also, how can the enemy plan for them?
That's right. 3 against 3. We're tied at the moment.
With this new variable in play, I'll have to adjust my extrapolations. But the conclusion seems unchanged. After all, as the administrator of this world, I have the natural advantage in resources.
An IPC senior executive, Plain Arcadia's administrator, a member of the 10 Stonehearts, joining the games personally. It certainly has an intimidating ring to it. But when you think about it, isn't this identity precisely the greatest burden Madame Pearl has to overcome?
He is right. Your identity is far too sensitive. You want to control these games and end it safely and quickly. But Plain Arcadia's citizens might not see it this way. All they see is the all-powerful IPC and an influential executive pulling all the strings. Your every action will be scrutinized twice over.
A sharp observation, I must say. Quite impressive.
But I do not believe you yourself would overlook this. Madame Pearl, what is it that you seek to obtain from the Phantasmoon games at any cost?
What I seek is a treasure lost to this world's history. I want to recreate Graphia's divine art of imagenesis.
Does that have something to do with painting?
Hard to believe, no? My birth originated from the theme assigned by the celestial differentiator of planet Scrulum. Art. At first, I was nothing more than a machine that imitated human paintings. For an Intellitron, generating works of art is no great challenge. Day after day,
This is a really big, empty room.
I exhausted every possibility. I could instantly analyze the proportional structure and pigment composition
Like,
of
I
any
see
painting.
things to pop
I
in the
could
corners.
precisely reproduce every pixel of Graphia's masterpieces.
I wouldn't be surprised if you can go behind that curtain and there's a chest back there. I saw a pipe on the far side of the room behind us by the door. Yeah, you can see it there. But aside from that, this is just a really big, empty room.
I want to understand her thoughts at that moment. and touch the essence.
Kind of has like a
Creation.
sandy rock garden to it. It kind of almost looks like if you've ever had those
demands on this world.
colored
Both.
sand
The IPC's point of view.
glasses that you could flip, and it
The world
kind
in
of like
canvas is a dimension that can shield
feeds
us
through itself
from
at
the
different densities, so it ends up making
antimatter
like a unique
and
image
we've
every
always
single
been
time you
eager
flip it.
to master this technology.
Unfortunately, it seems we can't convince each other to back out for now.
Then, I have another proposal. Why don't we shift our perspective and turn our attention to those two supplicants who haven't surfaced yet? These two individuals' objectives are unclear, and their abilities remain a mystery. If left unchecked, we might see a repeat of the Herald of Death tragedy. I have a cooperation proposal that could help us gather intelligence on them, and I'm willing to share this piece of information with you all. That is correct. But all you need to do is sacrifice a tiny sliver of your reputation. Before we move
Which
on
sliver?
to the details of our cooperation, would you like to take a short break and have some tea to wet your whistles? Or shall we continue?
No, let's just keep going.
I was thinking of having Perlux Corp host an expo for the Astral Express. As for the name, how about Star Rail Fest?
Star Rail Fest? You mean hosting a Fluffy Across the Blue convention?
Correct, but not entirely. The Fluffy is well known in this world, so it's a good collaboration element. But what I want is an unprecedented Astral Express exhibition, with the Fluffy being just a small part of it. The real stars of this grand event will be you, the Express crew. You'll be there in person to meet the people of this world.
Are you trying to use this exhibition to lure those two unidentified supplicants out of hiding?
Huh? What if they're up to no good? Won't that just make us walking targets?
What could be more inspiring to the people of a world than standing face to face with heroes of the cosmos? That's an enormous amount of wish power, and the Astral Express is the very source from which this wish power originates. Together, we can create a miracle for all to witness in Arcadia devoted to the legends of heroes. I'll also get Full Wish TV and other mainstream media outlets involved for promotional cooperation. And in return, wish power will flow to you. Of this, I have no doubt.
And so I have this like udon noodle bowl, but it doesn't have any instructions on it.
Before the Star Rail Fest officially begins,
Like at all, I
have
think.
one more favor to ask of you all. I'd like
Wait,
the
here we go.
Express crew
I found it. It's hidden.
to blurry QR code
Around the circle. I would not have looked here.
of Fluffy
Okay.
Across the Blue.
Everything into the bowl. Room temperature water to the inside line. Microwave for 4 minutes. Okay, pretty straightforward. They just decided to put the instructions in like the weirdest spot. I have to rotate the rim of the
Identity in public. But if the real life inspiration
actual
behind
lid
the
to
story
see
were
it.
to pay them a personal visit, it would surely be a great honor, and likely persuade them to attend a signing, stoking the excitement even further.
Oh, they also have it on the udon package. Okay, it was just on the other side. Well, that's a pretty bad place to put it, though, because while attempting to open it using the spot that they marked, I ended up tearing the instructions entirely in half.
Now that we've reached an agreement, I'll leave it in your capable hands. My secretary will be in touch to keep all parties apprised.
So I'm glad that they put a secondary set of instructions on the lid. It's just in such a weird spot.
As a memento of our first collaboration.
Oh shoot, are those like water chestnuts in here? This is good. I've never had this before, but I do like
studied
udon
in
soup,
detail
so.
the records of my colleagues' interactions with partners in Penacony, and I was particularly inspired by Aventuring's technique of giving small gifts that symbolize good fortune. So please, keep this chip with you as a symbol of good fortune for our future cooperation. Take care, everyone.
Well, we'll be on our way then.
As your private detective, I must warn you that a grand exhibition of unprecedented scale would make for a perfect opportunity to reenact the blood-stained games.
I understand. That's why I have a mission for you. Protect the Nameless at Star Rail Fest.
You actually think they would need my protection with their strength? Don't tell me your extrapolation.
Yeah, the microwave instructions, I believe they say leave open, not reseal.
Hidden beneath each extrapolation, tiny signals of unease keep.
Oh, yeah, I guess I actually could have used my electric
I
tea
must be
kettle
thoroughly prepared for whatever may
if
come.
I wanted to put the lid back on.
Now that you've taken up the mask, let's talk about payment. What do you want? The same as always? Money?
Before we talk about payment, let's discuss the Herald of Death. Although the Department of Aberration Defense sealed and destroyed all records of the Bloodstained Games, I still managed to uncover some unusual leads. After the Herald of Death incident, the victims' families collectively received compensation so massive it could fill any gaping wound. So, I figured maybe we could find some leads by looking into official Plain Arcadia expenditures. But here's the interesting part. This item was nowhere to be found in that year's public financial report. Care to guess whose books this money went through? It was you, the omnipresent IPC. To be precise, it was the IPC's technology department that paid this astronomical compensation.
Following tropes, am I supposed to give you a round of applause now? Being able to dig up all this information really shows your connections and capabilities, Detective Ashvale.
In movies, a big shot like you would usually raise a hand right about now, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun. I'm afraid you've learned too much. And bang! That's when the gun goes off. And
I appreciate the kind of like noir feeling they tried to give to Ashvale.
Sorry, my hand is on the checkbook and unavailable. Mr. Ashvale, tell me, how many zeros would you like to see on that check for our cooperation?
It's not about the money.
Indeed, money isn't the issue. 100 million credits.
Are you trying to buy me off like some poor victim's family? Tell me, why did the technology department pay to sweep this under the rug?
300 million? I know you've always needed money. For cryosleep, supporting the families of fallen comrades, and for treating those who survived. Isn't this exactly what strategic investment is about? Putting money in the hands of those who need it?
I'm not your lackey, Intellitron. Tell me the answer.
500 million? I could pretend there's a glitch in my calculation process and make it a cool billion for you. Money or answer? Your call.
I want the answer.
There's a weird, I guess, artifact of how the lighting is rendered in this game.
Understanding of your decision tree. No,
Because technically the game has ambient lighting, but then there's like a filter put onto it to make the cell shading where the system has to decide where the lighting falls and cut it down to a single flat shading.
Herald of Death affair lies 15
And
years
because
in
of the way
past.
like this room is lit,
This world
as
is an unfinished game
Pearl's
of chess
hair
that's been
kind of
dragged
sways
along
side to
for
side,
years.
you see these like sharp
hidden moves
jumps
laying
in
at
the
the
shadow
previous player
on her
keep
like
becoming more
shoulders and
challenges.
collarbone
Even today,
that just seem very unnatural.
Since you've invited me to finish this game together, sharing intel is a must.
reasonable. I'll share what I know about the answer. Marcus Antali, the Herald of Death. Last member of the Intelligentsia Guild, School of Evolutionary Perfection. 5 years ago, his identity was confirmed, and he was executed. Note, executed in every sense of the word. Miss Yabali, head of the technology department, took possession of his belongings, and even I don't have the clearance to access those records.
No wonder. So, that guy was practically IPC personnel, give or take. That also explains why the technology department shelled out the compensation. Yet, the method behind this latest killing is identical to the one from years ago. If the Herald of Death is truly dead...
A serial killer coming back from the dead is the least of our worries. Even if a serial killer does come back to life, he's still just a serial killer who's been shut out of the Eonic game. What's more concerning is this. Someone wants to exploit the legacy of the Herald of Death. Miss Yabali took away everything that man left behind, except for the fear he instilled in the people of this world. And during the Phantasmoon Games, not only can miracles trigger wish power, but fear too. Based on my extrapolations, the appearance of this new Herald of Death might mark the beginning of the festival spiraling out of control.
No wonder you're in such a hurry to end the games.
Mr. Ashvale, I've always respected you. But right now, I need to rely on your strength even more.
Respect. When I was younger, what I really wanted was to make the IPC fear me. The passage of time's not exactly kind, is it? Deal, Madam Pearl. But I will...
Oh man, that's actually pretty good. I understand why they call it a premium udon bowl. It's not as good as like obviously if you went to a shop
I must deliver justice with my own
that made the udon fresh.
There won't be any lengthy interrogation.
By the authority vested in me as CEO of Planar Cadia,
It's not even really as good as if you just got packets of the noodles and kind of like boiled and made them yourself, but as far as like something that comes in a pre-made container, this is like really good. Okay, so we have Ashvale.
My friend, I don't blame you, but I'm done being a breed.
We don't actually have him, but I mean, we're in a point of view now. We're doing an Ashvale story.
Drink with this bullet.
And you get to use them as a trial character whenever you are in one of their POVs. So I guess we're going to have to, if we really want to experience it, put together a team for him. I know Dunhung works with him. Sunday works with him.
Have a pleasant dream.
Don't really have too many other options for him.
Not knowing who you are, not knowing why.
If you want to like hyper carry him. Because you still want somebody else who's kind of doing damage and we don't have Tribby.
In ancient times, humanity's daily goal was to obtain 2,000
March.
of food.
Oh, we could put March with him.
Just one member of the animal kingdom. They understood why they migrated.
Actually, I think we have Topaz on this account now.
But now,
yeah, we can put Topaz with him.
You can get food delivered to your door with just a tap of your finger, effortlessly achieving that 2,000 calorie goal. Humanity has lost its way like never before.
You want somebody with like a high frequency of follow-up attacks.
Will the Phantasmoon games bring a new direction to this world, Ashvale?
What's wrong with getting food with just the tap of your finger? Don't tell me you want to go back to the days when everyone was starving and at the mercy of the harvest? 2,000 calories are pointless, but just for survival. It's the goals beyond 2,000 calories that define humanity. And the Phantasmoon games holds up a mirror to humanity, allowing them to see their truest selves. I'm just a detective. Ask me such a profound question again next time, and I'll charge extra.
My apologies. I just heard you joined the Phantasmoon games and couldn't resist asking for your thoughts. You've met Madame Pearl, huh?
She dumped this hot potato of the Herald of Death on me.
On us. Judging by your expression, it seems less like a hot potato and more like a sweet fruit.
Because I have a lead now. I think the key lies in the word copycat. To prevent copycats, you kept the Herald of Death's modus operandi from 15 years ago under wraps.
You know, the thing is, if there were more just straight up follow-up attack support in the game than there used to be, or I mean, like there used to be, because there just isn't that much now, I probably would have chosen to pull Ashvale, because I really like the follow-up attack play styles, but
considerable time to researching the crimes from the Phantasmoon games.
he's like the only one out of nowhere that's doing that these days. Because we haven't really had that much support for it since
Murderers always love to return to
what?
the scene of crime.
Fei Xiao.
Coincidental that you happen to be standing right before.
So it's been over a year.
That's not deduction. It's a conjecture.
I guess you could argue that Cypher falls in that category.
We've been doing that for a long time already. It's been 15 years.
But that's about it.
The relevant people and the victims' families have all gone their separate ways. Tracking them down now won't be easy.
Especially because, like,
after losing their loved ones,
the style of gameplay that was that follow-up attack style team is at least like a double damage.
I remember seeing that in the case files you sent me.
Where you don't, it's not like a driver and everybody in the car, it's more like a pilot and their co-pilot.
After all these years, have they managed to heal the wounds?
And we do have Fei Xiao, actually.
Maybe they have. After all, they go by a new name.
I've never had the opportunity to use it. He doesn't fix Fei Xiao, though. That's the problem.
Ah, you mean that charity with the slogan, Healing Smiles, Healing Arcadias?
Before he died,
he's like a character where he's the sub damage for a character that's not out yet. That's what he feels like.
So I thought, maybe we should start by looking into their rivals.
For a character that doesn't exist yet.
The Research Society of Happy Smiles, huh? A charity that helps people escape their pain and find happiness, offering free counseling, medical care, all of that good stuff. Sounds like they've turned over a new leaf. How could you call them rivals to the underworld?
I dug a little deeper into them and found something interesting.
You mean your monkey dug up something interesting, right?
Okay. Mr. N dug up something interesting. Have you heard the name of the sponsor behind the Research Society? Her name's Full Wish.
That name rings a bell. Isn't she the boss of Full Wish TV?
I really like Kachiba, though.
Survivors of Graphia Academy 2.
In a healthier game state, you know what would happen?
A little too coincidental. Just like every case.
Ashvale would have been released as a main damage dealer. I don't like using the word DPS because it's a turn-based game. There's no damage per second. DPT, damage per turn, whatever. Damage per cycle, I don't care. Ashvale would have been released as like the driver
That's why
the
I
pilot.
brought you here.
And Kuchiba here would have been a 4-star that was released to be his co-pilot.
Dovebrook District New Life Project. Public Recruitment and Mental Healing Seminar at the Research Society of Happy Smiles. And she's the speaker? Holding a seminar at a place meant to bury past trauma. The very site of 2 bloody incidents. Miss
She would have been
Foolish's
like
audacity is certainly
when
impossible to
Matza
ignore.
was
So what are we waiting
released for Fei Xiao. That's what she would have been.
Drag Dovebrook District's old skeletons out into the light.
Are you talking? Yeah, I'm almost there.
I want
Okay.
more happiness.
Let's come up with a thing for him. So we got him. Obviously, last slot, I'm gonna put Dan Heng anyway, regardless whether we run Sunday or not, because he's his summon counts as a follow-up attack. Like all summons that aren't memo sprites, I believe, counts as follow-up attacks. That's the reason why they do Sunday Dan Heng with him hyper carry in his trial. Maybe I'll put Fei Xiao last slot. So who else would I put in there? We don't have Robin, who obviously would be the preferred person. I guess Ron May kind of works for double damage. Or I guess we could even just use Sparkle to have more skill points to spend. We're only gonna have like a single battle with him. I'm sweating over like absolutely nothing, but she now has that more skill points you use, the more defense shred you have to the enemy. So I guess she kind of works for double damage, sort of, as long as you still just use her action forward on your main damage dealer. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Oh, I guess also could have used just Topaz screw damage. Have 3 attackers. Is Fei Xiao... Oh, no, it's the wrong one. Is Fei Xiao even built at all? Like, 55? Oh, because she has no light cone. That's why. Yeah, I think she's not great, but usable with that on. Okay, I don't even have to change her relics then. I guess her Trace is not built. I guess because we don't use her. That actually makes a lot of sense. Which is never use her. Okay. Preemptively do this just so it's ready, because you get thrown into battle before you even want to.
This place is buzzing. Are they all here waiting for Full Wish to grant their wishes?
A rich person like Full Wish can make most people's wildest dreams come true with the snap of her fingers. I'm less curious about who she'll help than what she wants for herself.
If money could really accomplish everything, the IPC wouldn't be eyeing this world. My bet, I'm sure that Full Wish wishes the tragedy 15 years ago never happened. Erasing history. Can the laughter really pull it off?
In past victory records, there have been countless and often bizarre instances where the victor used the elation's authority to change reality. You have to understand, the Phantasmoon Games isn't just some wish-granting lamp. What makes it irresistible is that it turns the one who wishes into the genie.
That's quite alluring. Have you heard about the noblest worm Aha made godlike? It became the happiest creature in existence. happy enough to burst apart, leaving no intact body behind.
Your knowledge of these unofficial records is enough to rival ours. Since you see things so clearly, Mr. Ashby.
I love that bit of information, because we've been told about the Noblest Worm that he made an emanator several times before.
Or are you fishing for a confession?
I believe the first time we found out about it was in the simulated universe.
Don't be afraid. Now that you're a supplicant, public officials like me no longer have any...
But I think this is the first time we were told, maybe, that it became so elated that it just burst into nothingness. Like, it just exploded so much, nothing was left behind.
If you were only out to avenge friends, with or without the Phantasmoon games, someone like you would toss laws and decorum aside and do what needs to be done.
Aha is basically like a chaos god.
Mr. Ashvale.
Except
What do you actually hope
it's
to
just
get
completely about what's funny.
Consider it a mystery. If I make it to the end, you'll know the answer before Aha does.
Well then, I'd be honored.
Which there is in the Elder Scrolls, there's a Daedra who's like that. Which what's his name? Shea Gorath.
We're too long, and you forget what your bones should.
Where he just does whatever's entertaining at the time.
It's time to break free.
I think once he made it literally rain cats and dogs.
Foolish hasn't shown up yet. Let's talk with the members of the Research Society. Maybe we can coax something useful out of them.
It's the best Elder Scrolls character. Oh, I need to talk to people. I'm going the wrong way.
I got called into another chat with the boss today. Never thought he'd care about me this much. Everyone is smiling at me. The office feels downright cheerful. These days, I go home, change my baby boy's diaper, help my daughter with her homework, prepare tomorrow's lunch, and clean up the house. It's hard to describe how satisfying that feels. When Emma left me,
It's basically just classic trickster god mentality, though. It's like, except at the highest level, because the eons are like higher order gods, similar like outer gods in a way. They represent something in the universe itself. But trickster gods often just do things because it's like, haha, wasn't that funny? Wasn't that elating? Didn't that make me smile?
The doctors pull all kinds of things out of my stomach. There was this lump still twitching when they cut it out. I used to be too weak to even get out of bed. But after the society's treatment, I am almost ready to walk out of the hospital.
Isn't that amazing? Oh, I kind of want to see someone slice me open too. It should be fun.
Hey, did you two hear about the Sinwish Syndicate?
You've come to the right person. My neighbor got a visit from their debt collectors. You should have heard the racket. I saw the news too. Those parasites who ruined the peace, who kept people from being happy. Gone. Wiped clean. Oh, praise Aha! Wait, they extorted you too?
The thing about a good bowl of udon,
Still owed their underboss tens
which
of thousands of
this one's not that good, but think about a good bowl of udon is it's basically a liquid. Like even the noodles themselves, like you don't even have to chew. You just kind of drink the noodles. The only time you have to like really chew is if you add some other stuff in there that requires chewing, like bits of fish or whatever. Which, this one, being a microwave bowl, has quite a bit of stuff you have to chew. And the noodles aren't the greatest, but
Hey, Lady Megatron.
if it wasn't for the other stuff, I probably could still drink these.
past, I struggled with mobility. I always had to work 3 or 4 times harder than the other Mechatrons, just to keep up. A lot of Imagine think factory-made types like me don't count as their own. And humans look at us and see soulless machines. If every sentient being has a home,
I don't like this cult.
even the scrapyard is close to me.
I mean, I think they're cool in world. They're good for the story. But I kind of want to punch this cult.
No one cares what I am or what I can do. They just
But it definitely feels like they do the cult thing right. Because a lot of people who are like members of a cult, they're just like almost... they probably genuinely feel happy themselves, especially because a lot of cult members, whether they know it or not, are often on drugs. It's usually like slipped in to their food and drink, ritualistically. But they're often like extremely happy all the time when you meet them. And the only time they really ever get upset is like when you insult their cult.
No pain, no tears, just pure joy. The society makes everyone...
So it feels very realistic the way they did that.
Looks like it's about time. If the star of the show doesn't show up soon, the crowd's gonna burst with anticipation.
Everyone, please make some room for Miss Fowish.
By the Master of Elation, may they bless all souls and grant them smiles. Are you all happy today?
Very happy!
Thank you for your smiles. They're like lamps in the dark. So precious. But before we celebrate the elation, let me share a memory drenched in tears. It once dragged me into the abyss. Yet, it also taught me what the elation really means. As you all know, 15 years ago, during the Phantom Moon Games, the shadow cast by the Herald of Death swallowed this place whole. That day, I lost my parents, my classmates, and the others. The morning greetings, the little daily chatter, all went silent under that crimson dusk. After that, for a very, very long time, all that remained of my world, a door shut tight, a room steeped in silence, and a wound in my heart that would never heal. Just hearing the words, Herald of Death, made me shake uncontrollably. I even once thought the only escape was to follow the dead and leave with them. Back then, I was just an empty shell, breathing, beating, but lifeless inside. And just as my soul was about to fade away, an old lady from the Mutual Aid Society knocked on my door. She didn't offer empty words of comfort. She just looked me in the eyes and asked, "Child, would you try stepping outside this door? Out there are many people broken by pain, just like you. But together, we can start picking up the pieces, one by one." She smiled at me. A warm, gentle smile. And in that smile, I felt the Master of Elation grant me a reason to live. At the Mutual Aid Society, I saw
Countless souls scarred by fate. Some bore wounds beyond healing, and some had lost their loved ones. Each of us bore a different wound, but every wound cut deep. And yet, what truly moved me wasn't the pain. It was how, beneath those scars, they still reached out to one another, offering a smile to a child who'd stopped crying, lending a guiding hand to someone lost. They taught me something precious. Pain can destroy a person, but the wish to bring elation to others can spark the fire of rebirth. That was when Aha's voice echoed again in the silence of my heart. The smiles passed from one another through mutual aid is Aha's most precious blessing. It does not belong only in the small room of a support group. It yearns to illuminate hearts lost in darkness. Each time we share a true smile, it's as if we hear Aha's voice. And when that voice rings out, all suffering fades, all pain is healed, and everyone knows what true happiness feels like. That's why the reason
I would be wary of anybody who tries to sell you something like that.
I will share this divine smile with all of you.
Like, this woman sounds like a con artist.
Everyone, I have questions for you. When was the last time you truly smiled? How long has it been since you felt happy from the bottom of your heart? Minato, do you ever feel like your days are looping endlessly, like an old silent film, repeating until it suffocates you? And when you realize that loop might never end, does despair flood in like the tide?
You're right.
Miss Bellwoods, you left school full of dreams, only to have your resume rejected again and again. You told your parents you were busy in Seafeld City, hiding your heartbreaking loneliness behind that lie.
Please, help me.
And Taija did the cold exclusion at school and the indifference of the adults who should have cared build a wall around your heart. One that made you afraid to open yourself up to the world again.
Yes.
When we were born, no one had to teach us how to smile. But who would have thought that one day, even smiling would become so hard? Once, our world was blessed by Aha's grace. A gentle world in canvas, painted in elation. For centuries, humans and Imaginaes lived freely together in that eternal haven. Until the Inter-Astral Peace Corporation violently tore us away from that sanctuary. They brought us their so-called inter-astral civilization, imposed their so-called standards of happiness, and told us that life's ultimate joy lies in self-focus, self-indulgence, and self-satisfaction. They flooded us with dazzling material desires, blinding our hearts. They fed arrogance and prejudice into our minds through the network, making us chase pleasure for ourselves and forget
The true elation is found when we smile together.
Wish power has turned into fuel. Credits jingle where heartfelt laughter used to ring. We drown in anxiety, competition, and an endless sense of not being enough. And in all that noise, we can no longer hear Aha's gentle voice. Elation, the truest light of life itself, is being eaten away and replaced by the external.
You said it. I work myself to death for scraps, and my boss doesn't even notice.
And those useless loudmouths online. They do nothing with their lives, yet constantly judge everyone else.
The IPC is nothing but a nest of vampires! They're feeding off of us!
You know, I don't think it's that hard to convince random people to hate the IPC.
Look around you. This land was once
Like, the IPC is not a monolith. There are very selfish and very generous factions within it, and just individuals. And already you've convinced the player base to hate the IPC. It feels very believable that you could easily convince in-world people to hate the IPC.
It was when someone who is suffering just as I was smiled at me. Even through their pain, they gave me that smile.
In fact, it's probably the easiest thing you could do in this entire game is convince people to hate the IPC.
So listen well.
It's probably easier to convince them to hate the IPC than it is for them to hate the Antimatter Legion, who's literally ravaging and destroying entire worlds.
What happiness means. It isn't just
Sadly enough.
It's embracing the
I don't hate the IPC.
that Aha bestowed upon us to smile.
Like, as a whole faction, I'm kind of neutral to it. But also, the IPC is not really a whole faction. It's like a conglomerate of factions.
Our mission doesn't end with finding our own smiles. We must bring them to the world and spread true happiness across all existence. While others pray to the eons for their own desires, we, the true followers of Aha, carry a higher calling to fulfill their wish.
To fulfill Aha's wish?
Yes. To still every cry of sorrow. To wipe away every bitter tear. We will build. No, rebuild. A world where smiles never fade and elation never dies.
Like, I think these guys are more nutcases than the masked fools. And that's like a really, really high bar to pass.
The speech is over. What's your take, Detective?
She's so far gone, it's hard to make sense of it.
Then let's not overthink it. Let's talk to her directly. Miss Fullwish, I'm Kuchiba from the Department of Aberration Defense. I'd like to have a chat with you. Ah, I see. You're here about the Sinwish Syndicate case, aren't you?
So you were expecting us.
Oh, I heard the news. The entire Sinwish Syndicate massacred in Dovebrook District. Ah, such a cursed place. They may not have been saints, but I still pray for them. May their souls rest in peace.
Oh, how merciful of you. Though, rumor has it the Research Society of Happy Smiles had a few run-ins with them regarding recruitment, donations, turf. Sounds like plenty of reasons for
I can't remember her name. But Miss Fullwish here reminds me of the... Oh my god.
Wait, that's not what I said.
I guess she was the main villain of Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Every expense is covered by a charitable foundation established with the compensation.
The blonde girl's mom.
We don't need a single cent from
God, why can I not remember her name?
When I heard about this tragedy,
she reminds me of that.
Personally allocated relief money for the
she also has like really mad Cocolia vibes, but that's a completely different story.
Tell me, Miss Kuchiba, someone copied the Herald of Death and slaughtered dozens. What will your Department of Aberration Defense do this time?
We never released that detail. How do you know someone's imitating the Herald of Death?
Isn't that what you've been waiting for? For the killer to slip up so you can swoop in and tie everything up nicely? 15 years have passed. You don't seriously believe we're still living in an age where information can be sealed off at will, do you? From the very day the murders occurred, the news has long since spread online. The Sinwish Syndicate paid a fortune for some ancient mask, and the next thing you know, they're all dead. The scene painted red with traces of the bloody bloom.
Please pay no attention to baseless rumors.
Rumors? And yet you're here. That alone proves one thing. The rumors are true. And the new Herald of Death really does exist. Otherwise, why do you suspect me? Only someone who knows the original case could recreate it so perfectly, right? Everyone! You heard our conversation, didn't you? The Herald of Death has returned. He's here, in Deathrook. He's slain the entire Sinwish Syndicate. He's back to relive the carnage of the Phantom Moon Games.
Oh, the Herald of Death? Didn't the officials declare him executed? How has he appeared again?
He's immortal? A demon? He's back for revenge! He'll take revenge on everyone. We're doomed! Aren't gang members the very people who steal smiles from others? And isn't the best way to make bad people happy to erase them from the world? Wouldn't that be doing something good?
Yeah, Sister Mechatron is right. Those thugs deserved it.
Back from the dead.
Every time they say Mechatron, in my head I keep hearing Megatron. So hearing somebody say Sister Megatron just sounds so disturbing.
Everyone, there's no need to panic.
Like that Flash Gets video?
Who you are. You are those who live beneath Aha's brilliance, who have claimed happiness and cast off the shackles of suffering. Once the Herald of Death fed on our fear and tears, that was the source of his power. Look at the smiles on the faces of those around you. There is no fear left in our hearts, no
tears left in our eyes. All that remains is resolve, happiness, and faith in the elation. The Research Society of Happy Smiles will protect this world. Etch this into your hearts. The happy do not die. For even death cannot touch a heart filled with happiness.
What's going on? There's something very wrong about this woman.
Yes, as long as we're happy enough, there's nothing to fear. We won't die. Happiness is our weapon. Happiness will destroy the Herald of Death.
Yeah, this part is a little interesting. They almost look like flowers, but they also kind of look like stage lights at the same time, which I guess kind of fits the elation theme of this place. This little screen here, it almost reminds me of Danganronpa, which obviously they've been, or maybe not Danganronpa, maybe more like Zero Escape, but like that franchise, or whatever. If I'm thinking of the right thing, but it also kind of reminds me of Off, and I think it's probably just because of the monochromatic. I think that's the only reason for that last part. But it's very eerie. Like, it's a really nice effect to just throw out there. It makes you distrust this cult even more.
My apologies, officers. I can't provide anything useful for now, but rest assured, I'll cooperate with any investigation from the Department of Aberration Defense or the Security Bureau. And of course, I'll fulfill my civic duty. Whether it's the newly emerged Herald of Death or the various upheavals surrounding the Phantasmoon Games, the Research Society of Happy Smiles will handle them appropriately. What we protect is the future and the smiles of plain Arcadia. Or perhaps, after all this, you too have felt that yearning within your hearts. Would you like to join us to embrace eternal happiness?
I'll pass. But I've got a feeling we'll meet again.
Miss Fullwish, thank you for your cooperation. Hopefully, next time we meet, it won't be like this.
May the Master of Elation watch over all and bless you with the everlasting smile.
Let go of your obsession. Let go of the shadow in your arms. Let go of that false sense of responsibility. You're the one who should be dead, aren't you? Come, join your brothers. Let the gears grind to a halt. Let the hands fall still and end that life of yours that was never meant to be.
Sorry. That day will come.
You know, I've always wondered,
More important things.
because it may just be me.
What did you
Do
say?
people actually have voices like that in their head?
Nothing. Never mind.
That aren't schizophrenic. I'm sure maybe schizophrenic people do. But like, is that like a normal thing that some people will hear their regrets audibly in their head and know that it's a regret and not that like they think the ghost is still around or something? Because I've never heard that once. I don't have like voices in my head telling me to regret things. Maybe I also just don't really have much regrets. That might be part of it too.
From the Sinwish Syndicate massacre. How did she
Because I always just took it as like a poetic metaphor that happens in writing to be able to help you relate to a character more, but also at the same time to depict and visualize how guilt and regret exists without it having to be realistic.
stopping the rumors from spreading?
But I'm wondering, like, if it's more than just, say, a writing mechanic. If, like, there are people who actually have auditory or visual manifestations of regret like that.
Trying to stop something from spreading today sure is a lot more difficult than 15 years ago.
So, Mr. Ashvale, did your lucky radar start blaring when it came to Full Wish?
There is something very wrong about
Ghosts haunting you from the past.
You saw the way she played the crowd, huh? I guarantee you that it had nothing to do with her public speaking skills. She could very well be a supplicant in disguise. Still, this whole run has been smooth to an unbelievable degree. We got our bearings in no time at all. So, let's keep our prized fish in the pond for now. Full Wish is not going anywhere.
You're right. It's too risky to make a direct move against a well-respected philanthropist and media tycoon. Maybe we should start with the people around her.
There were people from all walks of life at the gathering just now. Workers,
I really like this
suits,
twin
students, the
moon
elderly, and even Mechatrons.
design that Ashvale has going on with him. Like this one crescent, the blood red one going one direction, overlapping that other sharper, more jagged steel moon.
I have my ways.
Mr. Ashvale, coercive interrogation is strictly
Looks pretty
against
cool.
the rules. Please refrain from doing it somewhere I can't.
Don't get the wrong idea. I meant an old friend that I spotted at the gathering. By the way, ever watch Daybreak Squadron? It's on Sunday nights at 8.
I thought you weren't a TV person.
Not me. Mr. N. He watches it.
Your monkey is quite the child at heart.
Anyway, come on. Let's go get an autograph from our heroic film star.
Oh, he's got him on his sleeves, too. That's cool. Yeah, I like this designs everywhere. I recognize it from somewhere. Maybe it's just a motif. It's been around forever. You know, they're referencing like an old motif, but I really like the interlocking crescents. I think it's a pretty cool design. Kind of reminds me also of the symbol for dark in Pokemon, at least like the bigger crescent there. I wonder if they both pull from the same motif independently.
Is that him?
Shh. Don't interrupt.
Because I know I've heard he has something to do with the veracity. I don't quite know what it is yet, but you definitely see it in his kit. For sure.
What? You lost him?
Not even close.
I think we can sneak one of these coins before we get dragged into it. Yeah.
Hey, why are you
I remember when I was doing this on my private account last night, I was getting really, really mad that they would not let me pick up those coins.
Of the Daybreak Squadron trying to get an autograph.
Like getting irrationally mad. Even after this sequence, they still cut you off from being able to pick up most of those coins.
You really scared me.
And I want my coins.
Cinderborn, the peacekeeper of our city, vanquisher of evil fiends, is scared of his own fans? Long time no see, Magnus.
You're not here for autographs, are you? I saw you two at the gathering. I don't understand. Why are you investigating Miss Fullwish? She's been nothing but a kind, lawful person who spreads happiness to others.
You heard about what happened with Sinwish Syndicate, I assume.
Then, was Miss Fullwish telling the truth?
The perpetrator left the same signature as the Herald of Death did 15 years ago.
So, did that monster really kill Mr. Polwave and Costide? 15 years and he's back? This demon? How many more lives must he take?
Mr. Magnus, you're one of the survivors of the incident, right?
Yes. That monster took my parents that day. But what's the Sinwish Syndicate case got to do with Miss Fullwish?
Because that Herald of Death was executed 15 years ago. That's for certain. The Sinwish Syndicate case, on the other hand, has copycat written all over it. And Fullwish is a suspect.
So, just because we're survivors, we automatically become suspects? What? Are you gonna interrogate me too?
If that's what you want, Miss Kuchiba can arrange for it later. For now, I just want to ask you a few questions about the Smiles Society.
It doesn't matter if you have a few or 100 questions. I have nothing to say to you. 15 years ago, I was left.
Why are we interrogating a Power Ranger?
The so-called relatives closed in like a pack of hyenas, their eyes fixed solely on the compensation smeared with my parents' blood.
Like, I know he was involved in the incident, but
Abuse, deception,
he sounds like a teenager, which is like usually the age that Sentai are, so he had to have been such a small child 15 years ago that, like, what would he even actually know?
That gave me the chance to live the life I have now.
What about the Sinwish Syndicate then? If I recall correctly, they took care of you once. Old Polwave helped you deal with those relatives.
Listen.
It'd be like, yeah, the only witness to this murder
The debt I owe
was a
the
3-year-old. Let's interrogate them to that murder from 15 years ago. They surely know the answer. Would you even remember at 3?
Out from the shadows in their name and see justice served. That is my duty.
You're in over your head. The new Herald of Death is very dangerous. I doubt a handful of actors like you can achieve anything substantial.
You think we're just a couple of kids playing?
He's got wolves on his stuff too. I wonder too, like with the moon and the blood and the wolf symbol, veracity, if there's any draw from the Norse myth of the wolf that chases and devours the moon in his design.
Real heroes here.
Or maybe from something else, if there's a similar concept in other myths other than just the Norse mythology one. That's just the first one that comes to my mind.
Nothing to say to you either, Miss Kuchiba. Neither of you are getting a word out of me on this.
Well done, Magnus. Your loyalty to the Smiles Society warms our hearts.
You're following me?
Not by choice. These IPC dogs made it clear that they intend to frame Miss Foolish. Oh, we're not going to just let this slide.
Would you look at that? The hunters become the hunted.
Oh yeah, we're about to hit the
Does it matter? If someone's looking for
the only fight that we actually have for Ashvale, because they had to make sure we had at least one fight in his POV.
So make it count, Mr. Ashvale. They're all yours.
Though the fact that they, if you go too far off the path in these POVs, they kind of just redirect you. There were no other fights on the way. It's not like there were optional ones we could have done.
To be teaching thugs.
which I feel
Unlawful citizens.
is not a very good way of selling the character.
Let's get this over with then. And if you want to join them too, Magnus, be my guest.
I know there is the trial that you can play in,
If you get hurt, it's your problem.
what's it called?
Your fists don't hurt at all.
If you want to forward things. There's the trial that you can play in the event log, but I don't think that's enough to actually give you a feel for the character. When they first started doing this, oh, they want me to actually bring her forward? Sure, why not?
Fangs and claws got dull.
Even though she was already right there. I guess that means the stats are better, because typically your action advancer, or even your support, will auto-target whoever the game actually feels is supposed to be the driver of your team. That says something really bad about the stats for the partner Ashvale that they give you, the trial one. There we go.
I venture forth to hunt.
Why not? It's kind of a waste, but it's fun.
Let's play for a while.
Do basically no damage. How far down? Oh, she's right there. Well, we might as well bring him forward, because that lasts for 2 turns. So they could both have the buff.
You're falling apart on your own. Fear that knows not fear.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ashvale. I have to stop you.
Hooray, Cinderborn, the bringer of justice.
Oh, shit.
Okay, so that moves the bait. That's good to know. If he kills somebody with it, doesn't he get like a follow-up immediately to someone else?
Beasts slaughter each other. Arthur and I.
Yeah, he does. Oh, it chains. Oh, okay.
The game is on.
See, he's pretty cool.
Feeling spiffy?
But I don't want to pull him. You know, like, that's the problem. He's cool, but I don't want to pull him. That and my Fei Xiao is weak as heck.
It hurts.
So they wouldn't even go well together.
But I'm happy.
There's something seriously wrong with you all.
Enough! Are you really going to kill them?
What's the matter, defender of the city? Are you
But I do like the execute with the ult, just chaining his follow-up attack.
Fantasy Moon Games, Magnus.
That is pretty
This
cool.
is the bloody truth under the mask of the Elations game. 15 years ago, at dusk in this city, the Herald of Death tore people apart, one by one. Did he ever stop to ask even once, is it enough? I know you want to make something out of yourself, like the trailblazer of the Astral Express, and I know you want to catch the new Herald of Death and crush him.
I like his little chain as well, coming out of his pocket. Because obviously it's supposed to be like a pocket watch chain, which you would expect
it's not your duty.
Like an old-fashioned detective or something to have. But also just has like mad Kingdom Hearts vibes. His whole design does too. But obviously you could tell that the
You mentioned a conversion, sir.
creators of a lot of the Hoyo games definitely are inspired by Kingdom Hearts. Like, I guarantee you they enjoy playing those games themselves. Because you see inspiration from them like everywhere. But especially in character design.
Merrily, even as they bled.
Not that I blame them. It's a good game. You know, I enjoy playing them.
Nothing to say? Fine by me. 3 minutes left. That's long enough for me to question them. Time to hurry and get some answers from these people.
But that's also something that you do really feel from... Oh, come on, let me get it. Just let me have it. Why won't you let me... There we go. 1, that's all I can get. Something you feel from the Hoyo creators is I don't think they have the time or sometimes even the resources to do everything they want to do in the games. And that's probably, especially in this game, with a lot of the player base really just wants a story with minimal interference, and then they want all the stuff that they can actually play on the side. That's not how I like it, but that is the sentiment of the community. At least they still give us plenty of stuff, and the platforming in this world is really good. It fills in those gaps really well. But you could tell that they are gamers, right? That there's a lot of games that inspire them, that they played, and they want to include that stuff in the games they make. And I do think games are better when the people who make them themselves are gamers. And you can see the passion in it.
What the heck happened to these people?
And I can see the stuff that they're trying to do if
The small procedure that
the incentive structure for these games were a little different, you would probably have a story that's just like jam-packed with actual gameplay over story.
even smaller than a synesthesia beacon. And more
But if we saw how people were complaining in Amphorius started off with plenty of puzzles and stuff in the main story. But then a bunch of people complained because it is a game that is primarily made for phone first, so I understand. So they started like removing the puzzles and everything from the story itself and moving them off to the side. And they still give us enough to do. It's just stuff you have to do after you've already burned through the story, and it feels like there's a disconnect. So you can see what the devs want to do, but because the incentive structure, they don't actually get to really make the game they want to make. Or they get to make the game they want to make, they just don't get to make it in the way they want to make it. I guess that's a better way of putting it.
It's the necessary step to becoming a true superhero that safeguards everyone else's happiness. If I don't do it,
I think you also see that same thing happen in ZZZ, where they had this really cool, interesting concept for exploration with their TV system, but just like a whole bunch of the audience was not digging it, unfortunately, and they had to can it. And that feels so bad, because you could tell that the devs were like really enjoying that concept. I enjoyed it too, but it just did not mesh with, I guess, the core audience they wanted for that game. Especially since it's doing better now than it was back then. And they're different dead teams, but there's a lot of similarities between the different people working on each of the teams, and they're all working at the same company. But you can kind of see the same effect happening in each of their games.
So, did you,
Genshin, I think, overall has a more solid identity, where they just kind of get to do whatever they want in Genshin because they were already doing what they want to do.
By the Smiles Society. Heck, who knows what method they used. It completely neutralized their ability to feel suffering and despair and gave them bodies like steel, incapable of feeling pain. Say,
Honkai 3rd was also really good
ethics committee would approve.
when it came to like interweaving story and gameplay.
Which means Fullwish has
And it's got a lower community, it's an older game, but I think that's probably why they're allowed to still just do it the way they want to do.
Herald of Death with the leads we had. But here we are, going deeper down an increasingly scarier rabbit hole.
Judging by their voices, these followers don't seem to have any ill intentions. In fact, they sound a lot more humane than most humans. If all this has nothing to do with the Herald of Death, then it matters little to our investigation. After all, how they pursue
Like, I would think,
choice. Wouldn't you agree?
You'd want the POV sections to match the character that you're playing, right? And since Ashvale's a detective, I think what could have made his sections more fun. And I'm sure the people working at the HSR probably had the same idea and just knew they couldn't sell people on it.
Well, my
is if they had a bunch of
telling me this
fights
definitely has something
similar
do
to
with
like
the Herald.
engaging with the Zagreus fight puzzles
Unfortunately,
in
Mr.
Amphorius,
Ashram,
where you had to
we need
solve
evidence to solve a case.
the fight.
I'm
That would
here to
very
follow
much
my
match
senses
the
and dig up
detective
whatever's at the
nature of
bottom
him.
this.
That would have been cool.
As for evidence, that's your headache. Besides, I don't think we need to turn
Maybe you could
over
have
every
treated it like the
stone to figure it
TVs
out.
from
Arrow of Death and
Penacony
Foolish
when
are
you
connected,
fight them
maybe
in the
seeing another
Divergent
move
universe,
soon enough.
and you have to flip them in a line.
Never
You could have had
I choose the brightest
characters
edge
like
possible,
those
so
happy
this weapon
guys,
can
and you have to
strike
flip them
next
from
and
happy to
panic.
sad to solve a puzzle in the fight.
You mean the Star Rail Fest? Madame Pearl promised that top-level security would be deployed during the fest, as well as a contingency plan, robust enough to quell any crisis.
Speaking of place where they're actually putting their
And you
gameplay
are
efforts,
staring right at him.
I really enjoy the new version of Divergent Universe. They went over the top this time when it came to upgrading the Divergent Universe. That stuff is fun. And it's not just because you now get trial characters for everyone prior to 4.0,
Since it stopped here,
but like the whole card thing for picking your next area, leveling them up, and everything. I really like the style now.
Here you are, throwing yourself into
Oh,
the fray.
this is my favorite scene so far.
Consider me surprised.
We haven't even settled the score over the mask you stole from the Sinwish Syndicate.
This scene right here feels like something straight out of Lupin the Third.
What's your deal?
What do you, or should I say, all of you want?
General Yao Guang of Yu Chui has come to this world and is looking for you. Dragons clash in the wilderness, their ichor dark and yellow. In her divination, you will become a slave to your own violence, bringing a catastrophic end to all. I am in that future as well. The only violence within you that comes to my mind is Shuhu. The emanator of abundance who resurrected time and time again. The monster who turned planets into living beings and merged billions of people into flesh
Ugh.
spheres.
It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it.
Xianzhou fears that he is using your body to resurrect himself.
So, what's your plan? Kill me again.
That's why, like, I was relating some of the lore in Star Rail earlier to, like, Warhammer. Can you imagine just, like, a Chaos God just turning billions of people into flesh spheres? That was like,
I'll pass.
It's great. You know, you want it to make your skin crawl.
While General Yao Guang's divination may foretell a death battle between us, that doesn't necessarily mean it's the only interpretation. My experiences on the Express have shown me time and time again that even fates set in stone aren't entirely immovable. I have no intention of getting into a quarrel with you, but I need to make sure that the presence of the Stellaron hunters won't endanger my companions or the future of this planet. Thus, I must know your purpose here, Blade. What has Destiny's Slave written in your script?
I think how Silver Wolf over here is just like, ugh, boys.
Death.
So stupid.
Should I congratulate you?
Much obliged. In my experience, it's best not to get your hopes up too soon. Prophecies rarely unfold the way you expect. However, the General's divination isn't entirely baseless.
And Sunday's just looking on the whole time.
Here, I have been feeling restless. There's another power here.
You think this is like...
Is
TV dinner for Sunday. You think he's over there snacking on something while watching them?
Perhaps there is more than one.
Are you referring to the disciples of Sanctus Medicus?
Snacking on some noodles he found from a local shop.
Something far more dangerous.
I like this that they're doing. I like this split screen, almost comic style cut while people are talking. It's more dynamic. You get to focus on the characters' expressions.
Just like you did in the past. That's as far as I'll go.
They really have been upping their showmanship lately.
Did you two just agree to some weird collaboration before me?
Also, the Fujoshis are gonna go crazy over this scene.
I'll leave that matter in your
I can already imagine how much fanfic is being written right now.
I don't get it. That good-for-nothing detective didn't even blink an eye before selling us out to Pearl. And you still plan on working with him?
There are things only he can get done.
That's okay, I'm just happy to see Silverwolf every time.
Hey, you two.
That was a fun scene, though. I'll probably rewatch it again later. That's how much I like that scene.
Bad manners. Come on, smile. Whether you're hungry or full, poor or rich, the laughter is with you. Would you be interested in learning about our Research Society of Happy Smiles?
Thank you, but I'll pass.
They getting proselytized too? Some like Jehovah Witnesses just came up to them?
How many people have been talking to us about happiness today?
Well, 6 exactly. Locals say ever since the Sinwish Syndicate case, this Research Society of Happy Smiles has exploded in size.
That gang's fall left a power vacuum, and the Research Society of Happy Smiles...
Reminds me of I was like house sitting for somebody one time.
Even those who were once
and I'm up all night, right? So I wake up usually late morning, early afternoon. That's about the time I normally get up. And I'm like laying there. I think I was asleep on the couch of the place I was house sitting for.
Not only me,
and get a knock on the door.
to the ominous fate General Yao Guang warned about.
And I answer it. I don't even bother like buttoning up my shirt or anything. I'm just wearing it loose.
When I use the tuning power,
and there's just these 2 old ladies come to the door with their like
sound echoing in people's minds.
light tower pamphlets or whatever, talking about how the apocalypse is nigh. And I was just like, lady, I just got up. I don't have the patience for this right now.
Oh, without those gangsters, this street's much cleaner now.
The so-called voice of Aha, those society recruiters
Talking about like, look at all these omens of the end time.
truly be so passionate about universal
Even talking about specific ones, earthquakes and stuff. But like, what I told her too, it's like everything you just mentioned has happened multiple times throughout history, all at the same time. Like they've lined up multiple times. I don't believe in your end time.
Allow me to correct you.
I just want to get back to sleep.
To the Research Society of Happy Smiles, number
You want to come back in like
but 42.
an hour and a half? I'll be glad to explain to you why the end times aren't actually coming. But I just need more sleep right now.
Like a broken record.
mind control? Or something worse?
Are you trying to say that this is tied to the harmony?
My apologies. I dare not make such wild assumptions.
No, this isn't the work of any tuner. It feels like a barrier, born from the human mind itself, to numb the unbearable pain it cannot endure. Like a worn-out tape recorder hidden deep in the subconscious, repeating the same thing over and over. I am happy. I am happy.
Though I do think it's kind of ironic for cultists to be proselytizing to
Divine handiwork is
Sunday of
supposed
all
to be
people.
now?
There's like extra levels of irony there.
Comes from causing so many people to self-deceive in perfect unison while enduring pain is well beyond the capabilities of a mere charitable group. Beneath these calm waters, the undercurrents are far more turbulent than anyone imagines.
The bad news just keeps coming. Dan Heng's gone off on his own, and Madame Yao's completely vanished. Can you still sense her?
The bird I entrusted to General Yao Guang has seemingly gone silent. I can't share its vision anymore. I can't even feel her thoughts through it. But I know it hasn't faded. That means she's still in this world somewhere.
Let's pray she returns soon, with some news to pierce through all this fog. Otherwise, this Arcadia built on happiness will crumble fast and fall into the abyss.
Okay, we're back to our POV. Where now it's time for us to pay a visit to the author of Fluffy Across the Blue. Or whatever it's called.
Why would the author of Fluffy Across the Blue have
That was
such
what
a
it was called,
pen
okay.
name?
I remembered it. Got it.
You're taking it a bit too literally. But
Am I still going? Yeah, for a while.
someone who can draw something that cute must
Might go for
gentle heart.
another hour.
The Fluffy's been running for half a year in a magazine.
I don't know if I'll go more than that, but probably for at least another hour.
Arcadia. But after that memory bubble movie, A Holy Grail Stay Night, old Odie produced, became a massive hit. The Astral Express's adventure stories spread far and wide, and the Fluffy started gaining popularity. Now the latest chapter, The Sacred Flames Return, Amphorius's creation, is
Just over at Rick's channel?
everywhere.
Oh, is he on? Yeah, I guess it would be about time, wouldn't it?
Must be a galactic fan of the Express crew. Yes, you've told us the story of Cinderborn.
You kind of miss them talking about how, Oh, he just ended? Okay, yeah, that's about time. They just, they were talking about an emanator of the Abundance who, once took, billions of people from other worlds and molded them together into giant spheres of flesh.
District is really full of hidden talents.
Turn left at the first intersection, then turn right, go straight for 200 meters. Wait, this
Just some of the horrifying stuff that exists in the background of this universe.
newspaper? Oh, don't tell me the author of the Fluffy is actually a Furbo. No wonder he rarely shows his face. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Let's see, Wednesday is usually what? Public domain / indie characters. What did Rick draw today?
So much enthusiasm.
What's grosser, human centipede or a human tree? Oh, ooh, that's a tough one. Both of those are pretty darn gross. I think just my gut, especially remembering human centipede, that one just, it makes my skin crawl more. So I'm just have to go with that one. Cap Canuck! I know, he saw like a Captain Canuck cosplayer when he was at the convention. Maybe that's what drove him to do it. That's pretty cool. I like Captain Canuck. He's a cool character. Smooth.
The
Please come in.
Listen, if you're gonna wipe out, if you're gonna eat shit,
Your next
do it
line
in
is,
style.
Why are you here?
Miss Nihilux, what are you doing here?
What's the problem?
Is that a
Its founder, its president, and its editor-in-chief.
JoJo's reference, where it's like, your next line is from Part 2 Battle Tendency. That's what Joseph Joestar would say.
Behind on everyone's wages for months. If it weren't for the money, you'll risk your neck being a tabloid journalist.
Human Tree was Veronica's introductory chapter from Frank and Fran. Okay. I don't know how much shit's involved in that. I think it's the feces that really, really grosses me out about the human centipede.
Idiots. Without me, you'd all have been locked up in some Department of Aberration Defense painting prison long ago. And you still have the gall to demand wages from your savior. Have you ever heard of the sensational serial thief case, Phantom Furbomorph? It happened in the year 1996 at the Arcadian calendar.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked back.
Unfortunately, I have to use the restroom again.
Beep boop. Even if you've got dirt on us, making us work for free is way too ridiculous.
We've had enough. We've overthrown the boss. We've got a new president now. Please stand up for us.
Welcome, traveler. Furbo Hot Pot requires a reservation. Rumors are 10,000 credits apiece, and if you're looking to hire a hitman, just head right down the hall to the storeroom. Oh, or maybe you came to meet the brilliant, charming, and universally adored blurry QR cult. Well then, truth be told, that person is actually... Who could it be?
Once you rule out all the wrong answers, only one truth remains.
Oh, Sherlock Holmes.
The only one here who can actually draw is you, Nihilux. Your blurry QR cult.
I like how she's just like running from responsibility at all turns.
As a reward for seeing through my disguise, how about an autograph or a photo? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Nihilux. You can also call me by my pen name, Blurry QR Cult.
Aw, no wonder you were tagging along back at Perlux Tower, acting like you knew us so well. Wait. This blurry QR cult persona isn't a fake, is it?
Identity is just a mask and a body. Real or fake, it's all in how you see it. At the very least, for now, there's no other blurry QR cult around who could show up at Star Rail Fest for a live signing and hype.
That was a very abrupt covering your own tracks for now. It's
You already know why we're here.
suspicious. Very, very suspicious.
Just a little deduction, that's all. The news about Star Rail Fest is already everywhere online. Knowing how that perfectionist Madame Pearl operates, she's definitely pulling strings to make your collaboration a success. Naturally, having me step in was part of her plan.
If that's the case, will you...
That said, I'll have to respectfully decline.
not to brag, but Fluffy Across the Blue is ridiculously popular in this world. If tickets weren't limited, the line would wrap around the planet twice and a half. That's not a signing event, but a public execution, right?
Yeah, that does sound pretty horrifying.
When do I get my new form?
How should I know? It depends on what trouble you get yourselves into. And, I mean, on where you go. And on which villain you heroically defeat.
I know we actually get the trinket
Miss Nihilux, do you
for our
really
new
have the
form
right to refuse us?
in this patch,
You've
even
used the
though
crew's likenesses
I
and
don't
ventured
think we get the
experiences
form in
without
this patch. I don't know, I haven't finished it, but
permission. You owe us some form of
I
compensation.
don't recall them previewing the form in the live stream, so I'm assuming it's the anniversary patch we get it.
Today, on behalf of the entire
I've seen the
Express
animations
crew,
though.
for your violation of our
The new
personal
form is
rights,
pretty
emotional
cool.
damages and lost wages, I hereby demand 1.6 billion credits.
That's a lot of credits.
How did you work that out?
I think even the credits I've saved up in the game from never spending them only measures in the millions. I don't think I've hit 1 billion yet.
That's impossible. Just your royalties alone should have made you rich.
Due to, unknown circumstances, my luck with money hasn't been great. But I get what this is really about. You're not only after cash, are you?
Not all, but artists are notoriously bad with money, so that tracks.
Is that good enough for you?
Then it's settled. Thank you, Colt.
That said, I also hope the two of you, as the original inspirations, will take some time to familiarize yourselves with Fluffy Across the Blue before attending the exhibition, so you won't be caught off guard by fans' questions. Time to attend Miss Nilux's class. Please follow me.
Dream Eater. I have not checked these in a while. How many do we have to claim? Quite a few, quite a few. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Freebies? Wrong button again. I will take the freebies. How many have we saved up? 753. Okay. What's going on over here? Redemption code. I definitely didn't put that in.
Miss Nilux's mini class is officially in session. If you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time.
Miss Colt, why did you pick the Astral Express as the theme for your comic?
Well, I'm all about realism, but sadly, my previous works like Acheron's Godslay, Galaxy Ranger Saga, and dozens of others all got cancelled. If you hadn't beaten Iron Tomb and boosted its popularity, this one would have been cancelled too. Let's not.
Oh, that's how it rolls. Almost nothing becomes a smash success.
All right, pay attention. The cute little critter in the center.
If you're working
of
in
the
publishing,
image is
you're
Baseball
playing a
Raccoon,
lottery,
the
you know.
main character of Fluffy Across the Blue. Just recently, March Bunny and Woof Woof Dawn found him in a trash can. At that moment, a terrifying monster is causing havoc on the space station. It tries to spit fire at Baseball Raccoon, but the flames don't burn through the trash can. Instead, it sets the trash on fire, and the stench knocks the monster out.
Miss Colt, why is he the protagonist?
Because I'm the
Readers
best,
today
obviously.
value immersion, and a character who has no memory of their past is, of course, the best choice.
I don't know anything about my past either, so...
Oh yeah, that's called an audience insert.
Even though Little Raccoon joined the Express the latest,
While they typically aren't my favorite type of protagonist, like, at all. In fact, I would put them pretty close to the bottom of the barrel. They are super popular for the reason that a lot of people just want to insert themselves into the story.
I might disagree, but Aha absolutely wouldn't.
So every time you land somewhere, you just run around to get more screen time, huh?
Absolutely.
March, the Fluffy is just a comic. Outside of this, the author and the readers,
Am I streaming this someplace else? No. This is only here.
the protagonists of our own lives.
I mean, if it sounds like I'm answering questions that aren't being asked, that's just me talking to myself. That's just, you know, you're playing a game. Even if the chat's not saying something, you keep up commentary.
And the lively March Bunny.
You know, well, at one point, I used to do Let's Plays where you don't have chat to feed off of. You just talk the entire time. You gotta be able to monologue, you know?
Ever since I got punched in the face by sales numbers, I've grasped a universal truth.
You respond to the
In
game
today's
itself.
world, fluffy, cute animals aren't always a crowd pleaser.
Seriously?
I would stream this elsewhere if I could, but because I'm going straight from the PlayStation, I can only stream to one destination.
Versions took some work. After defeating the monster, Baseball Raccoon accepted an invitation from the other fluffy animals and boarded the Fluffy. Here, the protagonist meets three big animals with distinct personalities. First, the adorable and
I guess
universally
theoretically,
loved conductor,
which this wouldn't be that much of a strain on my computer if I wanted to.
elegant navigator, Miss
I could capture the YouTube stream and relay it to Twitch or something, but there would be a delay, obviously, and I'd have to keep track of multiple chats, which I can't do on my phone like I can on the computer.
And the big brown dog on the other side, see? His name will shock you. That's right. He's
Mr. Yang.
Just Mr. Yang?
Just Mr. Yang.
Your taste in naming is indeed extraordinary.
Anyway, the six fluffy little creatures boarded the Fluffy Express and set off on their journey. As for the plot, it's pretty much the same as what you've all experienced, just with a bit of artistic tweaking to...
Man, if I had a stronger computer, I would go back to doing Let's Play content on the side. I was starting something with Crow, where we were going to go through the original Final Fantasy together.
World, which is even
We recorded, like,
games. If you don't cater to the
an hour and a half of it, I think. The problem was schedule already getting busy enough, taking up my time, but Fizz, you specifically can understand this. My computer's not that good, so to be able to actually cut it up and put it onto the internet in any means, or do any amount of editing at all, means I have to render it, and that's like hours or so that I can't use my computer.
Now, let me talk about some
So we
of the,
kind of canceled that.
creative challenges I'm facing.
And I guess I could put it up raw, unedited, but at that point I might as well have just like streamed it, which then I'm also having computer issues for streaming, and just ignored the chat the whole time. No, I don't mean like having edited videos before. We've talked about this where your computer, similarly aging like mine, just you can't do anything with your computer during the time that it's editing. Most people with newer or stronger or functioning computers can do things at the same time that their computer's rendering a video.
And you're the inspiration behind
In fact, my computer, I used to be able to do things at the same time that it was rendering a video. Now I cannot.
Many backstories that readers don't care about.
I can't even really do things at the same time while using Photoshop anymore.
A comic artist's job is to capture the most interesting parts and present them to the readers.
It's not in a very good state.
One is March Bunny. The unruly but reliable one is Baseball Raccoon. This is what
I'm kind
we
of just
call a concrete archetype paired with an abstract
using this computer until
and the abstract side
it completely just quits on me, you know, until it runs out of steam.
Eyes of the readers. So, how do you think the readers across the universe view you, Nameless?
Oh, we're definitely heroes. Absolutely.
Well said. Your heroic deeds and accomplishments drew my attention, and your demeanor gave me inspiration for the character in the Fluffy. But while the hero identity boosts the character's popularity, it also becomes a limitation. That's why the little animals in the Fluffy have to defeat even more powerful villains and keep upping the ante to get more applause from the audience. In turn, the reader's perceptions and expectations constrain the character's growth. If he acts out of line, the popularity will crash. If he can't come up with new ideas or grow stronger, the audience will soon lose interest in the comic. Unfortunately,
This is
the creation of
all entirely things that you have to worry about when you're dealing in actual publishing.
Honestly,
These are all of these things you have to worry about.
I've pretty much run out of ideas.
When you're completely independent, you don't mind as much. Like, yeah, your popularity could crash, you could make a whole lot less money, but you could kind of still just keep on going with less viewers, less readership, as long as your budget is in the right area.
Although the Fluffy specials are selling like crazy.
But, you know, if you're being funded by a publishing house, you have to kind of meet their quota. Not just of how often you're putting out stories, but your readership. And you could just be canceled. Maybe not as a creator, necessarily, unless you get canceled too many times in a row. But, like, whatever you're working on could get canceled. And then you have to make something new, hoping that it'll sell more. Never finished To Be Hero X. That sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know what that is off the top of my head.
Oh, that'd totally save the Fluffy's future sales. After all, my little Furbo crew already works for you. Just have them slip me a copy of the Phantasmoon Games press release. Let's call it buying your exclusive adaptation rights. We'll do a 50-50 split.
I do like 50-50 splits. 50-50 splits are very tempting deals.
Already figured out how to spend the royalties. First, I'll buy Pom Pom 10 new outfits, then get Himeko a brand new coffee machine, and after that...
I'll tell you, this is also everything we're talking about. Why I love independent digital publishing. And print on demand. Print on demand's great too. But it's so inexpensive to get into. You don't blow a lot of money in pre-production. And then you could just like try to take all the time in the world finding your audience before you actually go heavy into something.
Heroes and devils dancing together in plain Arcadia. Tell me, is there a better source of inspiration than that?
Let's see. To Be Hero X is a Donghua, so a Chinese cartoon, about the popularity powered superhero. Okay. So it's like a superhero who gets stronger the more popular he is, or?
Master of wish power. But wish power can also become the shackles that bind the supplicant, forcing them to fulfill its desires. Love and hatred are alike. Dependence resembles fear. What commands
Kind of like
wish
a
power
gladiator.
isn't only love, but also hatred. Thank you. These notes will really be a big help to him.
Good. I'm so glad to
Yes, he gets more powerful based on public perception. That's cool.
Members of our family have attempted to enter the Phantasmoon Games, hoping to rely on the Aeon's immense
That's a cool power.
to lift the curse afflicting the Graphia bloodline.
You could play around a lot with that.
Close to the mass, could only watch as history passed them by. Others wore it, only to fail in the end.
Especially if he like rubber bands around with like really like dynamic shifts in his popularity.
Father Hero won the Phantasmoon Games and successfully gained an audience with
All of the superheroes do. Oh, yeah. So it's more than just one.
His curse was not broken. In his notes, he wrote, "Just as the god of destruction cannot cradle a bouquet, so too is the god of elation powerless against a curse. Such is the cycle of cause and effect."
Father.
Yeah, I guess that's interesting too, right? Because then the like the power scaling, right? The like the tier list would be constantly changing as different people become more popular or not. It's basically like creating like a professional wrestling superhero kind of like tiering.
As an artist, I'm fascinated by
where different wrestlers do better depending on how popular they are with the audience.
worthy of time's memory. But as a father, I can't stand by and watch my daughter walk into tragedy. I bless you to be a hero, to welcome the same end as Akiviri. Those are words I could never speak.
The superheroes are all controlled by a corporation. You see, like, what's funny is I have a story on the back burner that it technically exists. I have a short out for it. Like, there's a 6-page short that introduced the character. I just haven't gotten far into the story yet. Though technically that only affects a singular character.
This is your choice.
But the story is called Awesomemax, very 90s name. And Maximus gets more powerful the more hyped he is, right? Like the more the crowd cheers him on and stuff. So it's not exactly popularity, but there's some overlap in it. My idea was more of like the Incredible Hulk, but instead of anger, it was hype. And part of his own story is going to be like, what's the term? Like self-esteem. Almost like being able to hype himself up and not rely on the crowd anymore to be able to use his powers, but that takes a long time for that. But there's an organization called the League of Triumph, and it is actually very professional wrestling parody, where he like joins this crime-fighting organization, but then he finds out that not only are they the ones sending the heroes out, but they're actually sending the villains out for the heroes to fight as well. Because they just get a lot of money from sponsorships and the like citizens believing in them and having like cheering on these heroes and everything, and it gives them control, power, and everything they want. And Max finds that out because he thought that they were actually just like a completely good entity. So he quits the League of Triumph, basically becomes homeless in the process, and kind of goes on a crusade to take out this like corrupt organization that is putting people's lives in danger just for their own success, which would be a really fun story to get to.
But beyond the family,
I just need like the right artist to work with for it.
of our ancestors' name, Graphia.
It's the same deal with the villains. The corporations create the villains too. Yeah, I think to some degree, and it's not like it's an exactly unique idea, but with some variations, the creator of that and I came to a very similar idea independently.
Paint the world as you see it.
But like, if you look at like professional wrestling as a medium, it's pretty easy to come to that idea.
Health. You haven't picked up any bad habits, like
Especially the idea that like everything's rigged.
away, have you?
As the Dean of Graphia Academy, I still have to set a good example for my students. It's just, my tendinitis keeps acting up.
But like, if I could find the right artist to work with, which actually, you know, maybe I'll go contact Alpha and see if he has any time, and maybe we can work something out. Because I think actually Alpha's style would be great for that.
At least until the lunar cycle shifts. I'll stay here in plain Arcadia until then.
I'll see. But
I see.
It's definitely top of my priority list of series I would like to do. Even working with an artist for the 6-page short was probably one of the most exciting things that I've made so far. Because Max is a really cool character. And his, I wasn't, okay, you've brought this up before. I was not interested in it because of the specific CGI art style. That sounds like something I would say. Yeah, I don't remember this conversation. But I believe you on that, absolutely. Certain CGI art styles can just completely turn me off of wanting to watch something. Like, if the story's good enough, I don't know, maybe I'll give it another chance and actually watch a few episodes of it. If the story's good enough, I can kind of get past it. But even like a story I'm super interested in, like Trigun Stampede, which follows the actual story of Trigun. It looks very Guilty Gear. And it's like, I don't really want Trigun to look like that, and it turned me off of watching a series that I really like the story of. Yeah, I know that most of the Chinese animation right now is like mostly CGI. And like knowing what a lot of the animation looks like over there, that's probably what the initial like ick factor was for me. But you know, some of the storytelling is really good.
Parallax excels at creating dreams for both children and adults. And the Astral Express is exactly the kind of otherworldly dream that fascinates the people of this world.
Sometimes I wonder if Jade invited us here with the intention of giving her colleagues a winning edge in the Phantom Moon games.
Of course, it also depends, like, what they do on top of it, right? Like, I'm playing a Chinese game right now. I don't think I would like to watch a show that looks like this, particularly the way they look in engine. But when we see like the fully animated scenes where they put the extra filtering on and everything looks smoother and nicer, I probably would watch a show that looked entirely like the fully animated
irrational factors.
like, I guess technically they're FMVs. Well, I know it doesn't. I'm just using it as an example of how you execute an animation changes my perspective on it.
Exactly. News of the Dovebrook bloodbath has already blown up online. The Department of Aberration Defense tried to clamp down on the rumors, but plenty of people are still linking it to the Herald of Death from 15 years ago. With such a large crowd gathering there, this
This exhibition could very well become a
One of the things that I know that has made, especially in areas like that, has made animation a lot cheaper, is like a lot of people, they'll go make their models like anything else, but then they'll pretty much fully animate in Unreal Engine.
Pearl has planned. We must consider the possibility that
Which you can make really nice looking things in Unreal Engine.
We won't just be there to showcase the astral
But it's
express
also
to
easy to make
world.
not very nice looking things in
Also
Unreal
need to
Engine.
stay on high alert for any suspicious activity.
So there's still like a big skill level gap there.
It's about time. You should get going.
And it's also easy to take unsavory shortcuts that way too.
Someone's got to stay behind on the express to keep the conductor company and be ready for any emergencies that pop up.
Just use Blender. Yeah, and Blender's the same way. It's like you can make really nice things in Blender, and you can also make really horrible things in Blender. Blender, you don't get to take as many shortcuts though.
Out on a mission with General Yao Guang. Don Hung is
There, you can get add-ons and stuff for Blender
Both of them are
that can help out.
Looks like they won't be
But for the most part, you kind of actually have to learn to use the system. Well, Unreal just has so many things in there for people to just hop in and just start making awful things.
I'll make sure to snap tons of pics so I can tell you guys all about the exhibition when we get back. Star Rail Fest, here we come.
Dino Station!
Say, this is a pretty good spot to set up a Sparksicon.
Please be mindful of your personal belongings. Thank you.
Okay, now we need to ride the Trailmon. Oh, yeah. Yep, I remember seeing this. I don't know how I missed this treasure chest last time. On both files. You guess most people assume Ramon was low quality Unreal animation? I don't know if that was an assumption anybody had. I think the most thing is just most people didn't see it. And I mean, even after you solved the audio problems by putting subtitles on there, because I think that solved like the biggest issue that it had was adding the subtitles.